Ernesto and Sergio.
Pero Ariel fue primero, perdón.
But Ariel was the first one.
And were they walking over to that area?
Sí.
Yes.
Nobody, and when I mean nobody, Ariel, Ernesto, and Sergio, they didn't run over to help Nick, right?
No, yo no vi ninguno correr.
No, I didn't see anybody running.
Did you see Nick in trouble, or did you just hear that he was in trouble?
Yo escuché que él estaba en problemas.
I heard that he was in trouble.
And I think you said that you saw Nick walking back toward your group. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he's walking back toward your group, you saw him kind of go over to the edge of the riverbank. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you can tell us about how far away were you from that riverbank area that you saw Nick walk over to?
Era como de aquí a la puerta.
It was like from here to the door.
Lo que tiene el río de ancho.
The width of the river.
And when you saw him walk over to that area, I saw you make a motion with your hand, kind of like pushing it out in front of you. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So and I think you said in your statement to police that you believe he was discarding something.
Él tiró algo, fue mi palabra.
Yeah, he threw something out there. That was what I said.
And when he threw, you don't know what he threw, is that right?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
But the way and manner in which he threw it was the manner that I'm showing you right now, kind of. And he moves his hand away from his body, kind of like that.
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Miu walk over after he discarded this object? Did you see him walk over to the object, or did he head back toward your group?
Se dirigió al grupo de nosotros.
He walked through the group, to our group.
Okay. And I think you told police that when he walked back to your group, he appeared white and pale. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
He really wasn't talking. Is that right?
Él dijo que le quitaron la navaja.
He said they took away the knife.
Is that the only thing that he said to you?
Y que se iba a ir para los árboles atrás de nosotros.
And that he was going to go by the trees behind us.
Now, when you talked to the police, you never told the police that Mr. Miu was looking to go into the tree area. Is that true?
Cuando usted me dice que yo hablé con la policía, ¿fue cuando salimos del río o cuando ellos llegaron a mi casa a hablar conmigo?
When you say that I didn't say that when I talked to the police, are you talking about the time I talked to the police by the river, or when they went to see me at my home?
When they went to your home, they sat with you for a while and spoke to you. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And they were asking you questions about what you saw and what you heard, right?
Sí.
Yes.
They were asking you details about what Nick Miu did that day.
Sí.
Yes.
And during this interview that you gave with police, you never mentioned to the police that Mr. Miu wanted to walk into the area by the trees.
Honestamente, no lo recuerdo en ese momento si yo lo dije.
I honestly don't remember if I said that at that moment.
So you don't have a recollection, a memory of whether you told that to the police or not. Is that fair?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Had Nick previously that day gone into the woods to go to the bathroom?
No que yo viera.
No, I didn't see that.
You described to the police when Nick came back to your group, you described him as being looking scared. Is that fair?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you knew that Nick had a knife with him that day. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew he had the knife to cut the rope on the tubes. That's why he had brought it. Is that right?
Sí, cierto.
Yes, that's true.
Is it fair, you told your group, people in your group to call 911. Is that right?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Your group stayed at that location for some time. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick? Nick didn't run up into the woods. True?
No.
No.
He sat in his tube. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
How long do you think your group sat there before moving on?
No sé. No podría decir un tiempo.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, well, how much time we were there.
You had mentioned that you wanted to move where you were sitting in your tube. Is that true?
Sí.
And
Yes.
I think you mentioned to the police that you wanted to move in your tube because you were concerned or afraid of the situation. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
It wasn't anything that Nick had said or done to you that made you want to move, right?
No, nada de eso.
No, nothing like that.
Do you remember whether or not Nick Miu had his phone with him during that time?
No.
No.
Terrible question. You don't. Did he or did he not have his phone, or don't you remember?
No recuerdo. No tengo una memoria como específica de eso, muy vago.
I don't remember. I don't have a clear recollection of that in my memory. Yeah.
When Nick came back to the tubes, I think you said it became quiet.
Sí.
Yes.
No one was really talking.
No.
No.
Tatiana decía como, algo pasó, ¿qué habrá pasado?
May I ask for a repetition of the...
Solamente Tatiana decía, algo pasó, ¿qué será lo que ha pasado? Pero nada más.
Tatiana was the only one who said something happened, but nothing else. Something must have happened.
Did Nick appear? Nick appeared to be in shock, right?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back to your tubes, did he just sit in the tube?
Sí, que yo recuerde, sí.
Yes, as far as I remember, yes.
You didn't see him run away from the tubes and try to get away from you guys, is that right?
No.
No.
And you were with a gentleman, if you know, by the name of Eric. Is that right? He was with your group?
Sí, andaba un muchacho ahí, pero no lo conozco.
Yes, there was a guy there, but I didn't know him.
Is it okay? Ms. Costanza, do you remember seeing this gentleman
Sí,
with your group?
Yes.
sí.
Yes.
And that's Eric Von Williams. I don't know if you know his name.
Sí, recuerdo el nombre cuando me lo presentaron.
Yes, I remember the name when they introduced us.
And Mr. Von Williams went over to at least try to render aid or help. Is that right? Do you remember that?
No, yo no vi el momento que él caminó hacia, no sé. Si
I didn't see him walking at that. I didn't see when he was walking.
Did you see the number of people that were in the other groups?
eran varias personas, pero no puse atención cuántas eran.
There were several people there, but I didn't pay attention on the number of people.
But you believe that Nick was the only member of your group from over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
Yes. Were you the only one who saw Nick throw something?
Nunca he hablado con los del grupo de esto. No sé si ellos miraron.
I never talked to the group about that. I don't know if they saw that.
Did you know that was important information to tell police?
Bueno, sí.
Well, yes.
When Nick came back, Do you know if the look was shock or fear or something else?
Como en shock.
Like in shock?
And when you're leaving, you specifically did not want to sit by Nikolai because you were afraid to sit close to him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy?
You didn't know what happened, is that fair?
No.
No.
So you weren't afraid to sit next to him because of anything he had done, correct?
No.
No.
You were afraid in part because of the look on his face, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
The shock that he had on his face concerned you, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him, right?
Podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Costanza. You may step down. Is she released?
No.
Someone please collect the headset. How is everyone doing? Does anybody need a break? Let's continue then. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I have 1 minute, Judge?
Yes.
Actually, could we? He calls Alba Torres.
Ms. Torres, please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Alba Rosa Torres. Alba Rosa Torres.
And can you, Elbo, were you tubing with Nikolai on July 30, 2022?
Sí. Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to about the time the phone was lost, if you remember that.
Sí. Yes.
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of disturbance?
¿Puede repetir, por favor? Can you repeat that, please?
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of commotion or disturbance?
Sí. Yes.
What do you remember about that?
No, no mucho, porque no vi.
Not much because I didn't see.
You didn't see anything about what happened downriver?
Ya había pasado todo.
Everything had already happened.
So you just weren't looking in that direction?
No,
No.
Do you remember hearing screaming or seeing people with bloody injuries at all?
alguien me dijo que llamara 911, nada más, que estaba pasando algo.
Somebody told me to call 911. That's it. They said something was going on.
And Alba, I forgot to ask, did you know Nikolai before that day on the river?
Sí,
Yes.
How long had you known him?
como 5 o 6 años.
About 5 or 6 years.
Were you friends?
Sí,
Yes.
So after, did you say Tatiana told you to call 911?
sí.
Yes.
After that, did a person from your group leave to go help with the injured?
Sí,
Yes.
And do you remember who that was?
Eric.
Eric.
And was the reason your group didn't leave sooner because Eric was away helping with the victims?
Nope.
No.
You told police, you remember telling the police about how you're impressed with how Eric responded to the situation?
No.
No.
Do you remember anything you told law enforcement about Eric and
Solo que había salido a ayudar.
Only that he had gone there to help.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that your group called Eric back to your group so you could leave?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that that man conducted himself very well, and that's why we were waiting so long until the police came?
sí,
Yes.
Because he was away from your group, so you had to wait for him to come back, right?
sí.
Yes.
Sorry.
And when you saw people who were injured, were you wondering or trying to figure out who did it? Who was the person who caused those injuries?
No sabía, pero sí.
I didn't know, but yes.
And when you eventually left from the sandbar, Nikolai was wearing his hat, sunglasses, and jacket, right?
Cuando estábamos tubo,
When we were tubing,
Yes.
su chaqueta,
his jacket.
pero no recuerdo si los lentes. Yo no recuerdo si lentes.
But I don't remember if he was wearing sunglasses.
What about a hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
And when you spoke with law enforcement, you gave them a video you took after you left the sandbar. Do you remember that?
¿Sí?
Yes.
Okay, use your laptop. May I approach?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 85, Judge. I'm just going to show it to Elba.
Attorney Anderson, you don't have to lay foundation.
Gotcha. Okay. I just asked to move to admit 85, asked to publish.
Any objection to 85?
No, sir.
Received. You may publish.
Has something like hammer in his hand.
Just take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video. I take a video. Look,
Just take whatever.
look what he has in his hand. Look. Emmy, get out there. Look. Tell you. He have something in his hand. Emmy.
Just take a video, just take a picture, take whatever.
Yeah.
If it's anything,
Take a video.
just take a picture, take a video, take whatever. We don't know if it's anything to do with anything, but just take it.
Se cayeron, man.
Just take.
So,
I try.
over there. Everybody putting your ass out.
Ernesto,
And
mueve
now-
para allá.
¿Eh?
Mueve para allá.
No, pero donde quiera va a estar roca, lo que levanten el
Escúchame.
cubo y aguanten.
Escúchame.
You gotta go over the rapids.
Para allá.
But just take video.
He waiting for something.
Just take a video.
I know. I try, but maybe I can't. Porque él está viniendo desde allá con una cosa en la mano, un martillo.
Hold your phone. We're going over the rapids. Over the rapids.
And he waiting.
Avanza y
Oh, but that was a video you took after you left the sandbar when you were going to the exit, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And in the beginning of the video, is that Nick that you see paddling with his hand? Do you remember, or do you need to see it again?
Vi que iban ahí, pero yo estaba pendiente a lo que estaba haciendo.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Just a moment. The interpreter needs a repetition. Repite, por favor.
Que sí, estaba con nosotros ahí, pero yo estaba tomando mi video porque estaba asustada.
I saw that he was there. He was there with us, but I was taking the video because I was scared.
Were you scared because you didn't know where the person was that had hurt those people?
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought maybe the guy up on the shore was the person who did it?
Sí.
Yes.
Did it turn out to be an employee of the tubing company?
No sé.
I don't know.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that it turned out it was an employee of the tubing company?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling police that you were wrong, that it was a hammer, that was because you're poor English, you used the wrong word?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember what was in his hand?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Pero algo tenía.
But he had something.
Was it maybe a radio, or couldn't you see?
Ay, yo no sé, no recuerdo.
I don't know. I don't remember.
And was it, did you hear in the video somebody saying in English, "You're almost there"?
No.
No.
When do you recall telling law enforcement that when Nick came back to the group, he appeared calm?
Yo lo vi normal.
I saw him just normal.
And that was the time that you remember seeing blood everywhere and injured people?
No vi a nadie lastimado, solo de lejos vi que algo pasaba.
I didn't see anybody injured. I only saw that something was going on far away.
And Nick, when you saw Nick, you described him as being calm.
Yo lo vi normal.
I saw him normal.
Todos asustados.
We were all scared.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shrophecy?
Alba, you and your group were tubing with Nick and his wife on the Apple River that day. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember your group stopping at the Hideaway Bar before all of this happened? Do you remember that?
¿Me puede repetir, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
Do you remember your group stopping?
Sí.
And
Yes.
prior to anything that happened with the other group?
Antes.
Before?
Yes.
Correcto.
Correct.
And when your group had stopped earlier in the afternoon, Nick was snorkeling around the area. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when your group is, does there come a point where Ariel loses his phone?
No, en ese momento no.
No, not at that moment, no.
Is there some point later on the trip where Ariel loses his phone?
Sí,
Yes.
And you know that Nick, because he has a snorkel and goggles, offers to go look for that phone. Is that right?
sí,
Yes.
So Nick leaves your group and goes away looking for the phone. Is that right?
correcto.
Correct.
Your group waits for Nick. Is that true?
Correcto.
Correct.
To your knowledge, is Nick by himself, meaning nobody else from your group goes with Nick?
Solo, creo.
By himself. Yes.
And I think that you talked, when you spoke to the police, you mentioned that you saw this other group of people pushing Nick. Is that right?
No,
No.
es que no vi.
It's because I didn't see.
Okay. Do you hear Nick's wife say that Nick's in trouble?
Correcto.
Correct.
And when his wife says Nick's in trouble, do you look to see how Nick's in trouble?
En ese momento no, porque yo estaba de espalda.
Not at that moment because my back was facing that direction.
Yeah.
Do you turn around to see what's happening?
No,
No.
Okay. Do you see anyone else in your group respond when Mr. Miu's wife says Nick's in trouble?
mi hermano,
My brother. Mm-hmm.
And what's your brother's name?
Ernesto,
Ernesto.
So you see Ernesto respond. How do you see him respond?
yo le dije, ve a ver qué pasa.
I told him, go see what's going on.
And to your knowledge, does Ernesto listen to you and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, does Ernesto walk over there or does he run over there? How does he get over there?
Solo vi que salió caminando y ya casi en ese momento regresaba Nick.
I just saw him walking over in that direction, and almost at that moment, Nick was coming back.
Do you see Nick walking back to your group?
Yeah.
Yep.
And when Nick comes back to your group, he tells you that he'd been attacked, right?
Yo pregunté.
I asked.
Okay. You asked what happened, and he told you that he'd been attacked, right?
Estaban puchando, esa fue su palabra.
They were pushing. That was the word that he used.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Nick said five people attacked him?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
What you do remember is him telling you they were pushing him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you described him as calm. Was he quiet?
Callado.
Quiet.
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
¿Puede repetir?
Can you repeat?
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
¿Yo?
You're talking about me?
No, well, first I'm talking about Nick.
Oh,
Oh,
What did you see Nick doing? How was he behaving?
callado.
quiet.
Do you know have you ever seen someone in shock before?
No.
No,
Did he appear to be was he angry or upset?
No.
no.
So he tells you that he'd been pushed. Is that all he says to you about what had happened?
Correcto.
Correct.
You described you being in shock to the police. Is that right?
Claro, todos.
Of course, all of us.
Okay. And can I ask you, at that point, why did you feel the way you felt?
Porque no sabíamos qué estaba pasando, no sabíamos que tantas cosas, no sabíamos nada.
Because we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know many things. We didn't know anything.
Estábamos súper lejos nosotros.
We were really far away.
At that point, when Nick walked back to your tubes, were you in fear of the situation?
Y sin él estar también, porque estábamos todos asustados.
And also when he wasn't there, because we were all scared.
When you say we were all scared, did Nick appear to be scared to you?
No le presté atención a él.
I didn't pay attention to Nick.
Did your group stayed there for some period of time after Nick came back to the tube, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember about how long you were there?
No recuerdo, pero mucho, creo.
I don't remember, but it was for a long time. Yeah.
You didn't see Nick attempt to run away from you guys, like up into the woods or anything, did you?
No.
No.
He just sat on his tube, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
When your group headed back down the river after Nick came back, were there already police there?
Oh, ya había pasado todo prácticamente.
Oh, everything had already happened, basically.
Did your group have any contact with police at all when you were on the river?
Llamamos al 911 nomás.
We just called 911.
Tatiana.
Tatiana did.
And was that the only contact that you guys had with police or law enforcement of any kind while you were on the river?
Correcto.
Correct.
On that day, do you remember seeing Nick with sunglasses on at some points?
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Yep.
I'm going to show you exhibit 12A. Are you in this picture?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sí. Yeah.
You're right there with the pink shoes on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Mr. Miu in that picture?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
If I said he's wearing sunglasses, would you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
If I said he's wearing the shirt that he was wearing later on, would you agree with me?
Sí.
Yes.
So if I asked you at various points during that trip, were there times that he was wearing the things you see in this picture?
¿Puedes repetir?
Can you repeat the question?
If I asked you at various points on your trip that day, were there times that he was wearing sunglasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Are there times that he was wearing this shirt?
Sí.
Yes.
Ahí estoy.
Do you need help with the device?
Let us.
Ay, un momento.
Somebody.
Ya, perfecto. Sí, gracias. Ok, gracias.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions for you, ma'am. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
One question.
Alba, did you ever hear Nick say he wanted to leave and go into the woods, but Ernesto told him to stay with the group?
No.
Okay. Nothing else.
Mr. Robson? Thank you, Ms. Torres. The testimony is finished.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you.
It's almost 9:30. Let's take our morning recess. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. We'll return at 9:40. We're in recess. Please be seated. Who is the next witness?
Sergio Ruiz Leyva.
Could you spell his last name?
It's Ruiz-Leyva.
Mr. Ruiz Leyva, would you please raise your right hand? She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can answer out loud, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name?
Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva.
And can you...
Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva. Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva.
Can you...
Wait for interpretation.
Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva.
Can you spell your middle name?
Liuvan.
Liuvan.
Sergio, were you tubing with a group of people including Nikolai on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
Are you on that image somewhere?
Sí.
Yes.
Where?
Del chor amarillo.
I have the yellow shorts.
And white shirt and white bucket hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember a time when you were tubing when Ariel's phone got lost?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember a discussion about looking for the phone or just leaving it?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor? Sí, en un momento decidieron de que no se iba a buscar el teléfono, que no querían porque la aseguranza iba a pagar el teléfono.
Yes, and at that point, at some point, they decided they didn't have to look for the phone because the insurance would pay for the phone.
Did Nikolai go look for the phone?
Sí.
Yes.
After do you remember how long? Strike that. At some point after he went to look for the phone, did you hear Sandy yell something about he's in trouble?
No.
No.
Did something catch your attention downriver?
Bueno, el grupo de personas.
Well, there was a group of people there.
And what about it caught your attention?
alrededor de Nick.
They were around Nick.
Was there a time you saw Nick down in the water?
No, porque es que había muchas personas. Estaba muy grande el grupo.
No, because there were many people. It was a large group.
Did you ever remember seeing Nick interacting with a blonde girl?
No.
No.
Can we have exhibit 45? Sergio, do you remember telling
¿Recuerdas?
police there was a girl, if I'm not mistaken, with a black leotard?
Sí.
Yes.
Who said, go, 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 go to Nick?
Yo la vi cuando ella estaba en el grupo, que estaba en el grupo alrededor, porque era la que más se distinguía entre ellos por el color del leotar negro.
I saw her when she was around that group because she was easier to identify because of the black leotard.
Pero en sí estaba bien un poco alejado del grupo, del grupo porque no me moví de mi recámara.
But I was far away from that group. I just didn't move from my inner tube.
And do you remember telling police that Nick pushed her?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember that.
Can I approach?
Yes.
For the record,
Yeah.
Judge, I handed the witness Exhibit 45 on page 15. Sergio, do you see this transcript?
Sí.
Yes.
And about the middle of the page, do you see where you said the woman yelled, go, 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 and then Nick goes and pushes her?
Yes. Yes.
And you were far away, you said?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to pull up some screenshots or frames. I'm going to start with 2872. I'll let you know. I'll let the clerk know when we're ready. And we're going to zoom in on the top left. Sergio, is that you in the top left?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you know, is that about where you were when you were watching what was happening?
Yo estaba al lado de mi recámara, de la goma.
I was right by my inner tube.
Do you remember telling police that you walked about 5 meters from your group And then someone told you to stop?
Mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera. Cuando me iba a mover, mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera hacia allá abajo, que no fuera. Por eso me regresé a mi recámara.
When I was going to move, my sister told me not to move. That she said, don't go to the other side, just, and that's why I returned to my inner tube.
Do you remember, did you see the girl in the blonde girl in the black swimsuit? Did you see her fall or stumble backwards when Nick pushed her?
No, I don't remember.
And did you actually see if it was a push or a punch?
Objection has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, can we approach?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'll change my ruling. Overruled. May I ask the question?
Do you remember if it was actually a push or if it was a punch or something else that Nick did to the blonde woman?
No recuerdo.
No, I don't remember that.
And Sergio, do you see on page 15? I'll direct you. So I asked you about the paragraph on the middle. Remember that?
Sí.
Now, the next paragraph where you're describing what happened, do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, you described that it was after Nick got out of the water, and that's when the girl said, go, 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 and he pushed her. Do you see that?
No, sí.
Oh, yes.
And then below that, you reiterate that it was after she said, go, 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 that Nick pushed her. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 16? On page 16, you described that she was wearing a black leotard, and you clarified that that was a black one-piece swimsuit.
Sí.
Yes.
And then you, further down, you describe again seeing her, hearing her say, go, 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 and he pushed her. You see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And from your memory, when you're telling this to police, you thought that was the last thing that happened, and then Nick walked back to your group.
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought he was down in the water before the girl said, "Go, go, go," and he pushed her. Right?
Yes.
And Sergio, have you ever seen the video from this incident?
No.
So you were trying to recount what happened to the police as best you could remember?
Sí,
Yes.
sí, en el momento.
Yes, at that time.
Did it happen fast?
Yep.
Yep.
Was it difficult to remember in what order things happened?
Que lo que yo recuerdo fue que en el momento que se perdió el teléfono, Rosy se puso en una esquina a buscar el móvil en la orilla.
What I remember is that at the moment when we lost the telephone, Rosie started looking for the phone by the edge of the river.
Y yo me quedé ahí en la balsa, lo cual le decían de que dejara el teléfono, que ya la aseguranza lo pagaba.
Yeah, I stayed there because they were talking about it and they said, just leave it, the insurance will pay for it.
Y ya no recuerdo más nada cuando el compañero Nick cogió el snorkel y se tiró a bucear, a buscar el teléfono.
And I don't remember anything else except that Nick took the snorkel and started diving in there to look for the phone.
Y ya me fui. Entonces cuando miro hacia abajo, ya veo el grupo de personas. Ya.
And then I left. And then that's when I saw on the other side the group of people.
Ya. Pues nada, eso es lo que recuerdo de eso.
That's what I remember.
So you may have forgotten a lot of what you remembered then.
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
You can see the transcript where you describe seeing more to law enforcement.
Yo no había visto, yo no vi, yo solamente escuché.
I didn't see. I just heard things.
But you can see in the transcript you told police multiple times that when she yelled, "Go, go, go," Nick pushed her.
Objection as to
Bueno, porque se sentía que era la voz de una persona, de una mujer, pero no estoy seguro si fue ella o no.
Because I heard the voice of a woman. I am not sure if it was her.
You described her as a blonde woman in a black one-piece swimsuit.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, lo veo aquí.
And I see it here, yeah.
And when you described seeing Nick down in the water, you described that you believed they must have hit him, or you thought they must have hit him because he was down in the water. Do you remember that? Or did you say that to law enforcement?
No. I didn't. I never said that.
No.
No.
Do you remember ever seeing anyone hit Nick?
No.
When Nick came back, did Nick come back to the group at some point?
Yes.
And as he was coming back, did you see people that were injured?
Sí.
Yes, I saw them. Yes.
Did you see blood?
Bueno, en el lugar que yo estaba, yo solamente veía la mano de la muchachita y sí, tenía como sangre ahí, pero no se distinguía bien.
From the place where I was, I could see the girl with her hand over here, and you could see blood, yes. but you couldn't distinguish it that clearly.
Porque era la que le estaba pidiendo ayuda, a que decía que llamaran al 911, que estaba pidiendo ayuda a mi hermana.
She was the one asking for help to call 911. She was asking my sister to
Y en ese momento me
call.
volteé y ya no miré, no quise mirar más.
And I didn't want to continue looking. I just turned around.
Turned away from the injured person you saw?
Para no ver nada de sangre.
So I didn't see any of those things. Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Señora, acérquese al micrófono usted para no ver nada de...
Para no ver nada de lo que estaba pasando.
So that I didn't see what was happening.
¿Puede acercar el micrófono a usted?
So it was something that was hard to watch or see.
¿Era algo difícil de ver? ¿Será difícil ver eso?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back, did you hear him say anything?
No.
No.
Did you hear him say they took my knife?
Neti le preguntó y eso le dijo y yo le pregunté a Neti que qué había dicho y dije que sí, que fue eso lo que dijo.
Nettie asked him, and I did ask what he said. What she said. Can you?
Que Neti le preguntó que qué había sucedido y entonces él dijo que le habían quitado la navaja.
Nettie asked him what happened, and he said that they had taken the knife away.
Y yo le pregunté a Neti qué dijo Nick.
And then I asked Nettie, what did Nick say?
Y me dijo que le habían quitado la navaja y ya no se habló más nada en el.
And she said that they had taken away his knife, and we didn't talk about it anymore.
Did you see Nick saying anything or hear him talking anymore after that?
No.
No.
What was Nick like? What did he look like? How was he acting?
Vino pálido cuando se acercó a nosotros.
He looked pale when he got close to us.
Y con los ojos grandes.
And his eyes wide open.
Y se sentó y ya no habló más nada.
He just sat there and he didn't talk anymore.
Do you remember when he came back and got back to your group, him putting on his hat and jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember telling police you didn't look at Nick too much because you didn't dare to look at him?
Porque no me atreví, estaba en la parte de atrás de la recámara.
I didn't dare, but he was also in the back of the inner tube.
Yo.
I was in the back.
Sergio, can you turn to page 21? May I approach?
Yes.
I got it.
Sí.
Do you see where you said,
Yes.
I didn't look at him because the truth is I didn't dare to look at him?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember how long you guys stayed at the sandbar?
No.
No. I don't remember that.
El tiempo no lo recuerdo.
I don't remember the time.
Do you remember seeing police come?
Sé que Eric fue a buscarla porque Eric fue a buscarla.
I know that Eric went looking for them. Eric went to
A la policía a guiarlo.
Eric went to look for the police and guide them.
After Eric came back to your group, did your group leave?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember of the time when you guys were tubing to the exit?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you describe what it was like, what you remember from tubing to the exit?
Compañero Nick se puso la gorra, la chaqueta y ya no se habló más nada. No se habló nada.
Nick put on his hat and then his jacket, and we didn't talk about anything else.
Y ya no se habló más nada porque estaba todo el mundo callado.
Nobody talked. Everyone was quiet.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trophy?
Sir, do you remember giving an interview to the police on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí, ellos fueron a mi casa.
Yes, they went to my home.
And was your memory of what happened better in August of 2022, or is it better today?
Bueno, antes estaba mejor. Yo estoy muy nervioso.
Well, it was better back then. I'm very nervous now.
Okay, so when you spoke to the police on August 3rd, about 5 days or 4 days after this happened, fair to say your memory is better of those events than it is right now.
Sí.
Yes.
And when you were interviewed by the police, there was a Spanish-speaking officer that was talking to you, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you tried to answer that officer's questions as truthfully as possible, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said that was at your house?
Sí.
Yes.
Was it less stressful than it is here today?
Sí.
Yes.
And that officer had asked you questions about what happened on July 30th of 2022.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you, if I can, about that date and maybe some of the things you answered when you were speaking to the officer, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
So, I'm going to start with this. You knew that Nick Miu had a knife with him that day because you saw him fixing his shoe or his sandal. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So before any of this incident happened, he had been using that knife to fix something, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Miu or Nick was looking for a phone that your group had lost. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
And you also knew that Nick, on that day, Mr. Miu, was with your group, and your group included his wife. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you look at that picture right there, sir?
Mhm.
You had mentioned you're in this picture, correct? Is it okay, Judge, if I approach?
Yes.
Sí. Sí.
And you see Mr. Miu here?
Yes.
¿Cómo?
You see Mr. Miu here?
Sí.
Yes.
This is the shirt that he's got on is the same shirt you saw him wearing at the end of the day, right?
Sí.
And this is
Yes.
and this picture is taken before you guys head down the river. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he's wearing sunglasses in this picture, right?
Sí.
Yes.
So, is it fair to say that when he got off the river, he looked the same or close to the same as he did when he got on the river?
Sí.
Now,
Yes.
you know that Nick is looking for this phone that had been lost. That was Ariel's phone, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were also aware that he had brought snorkeling gear and goggles with him on that day. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
You had seen him on that day snorkeling around the areas where you guys were tubing. Is that right?
Sí, al principio, sí, en la mañana.
Yes, at the beginning, that was the case in the morning.
And when you speak to the officer about the specific incident, meaning what had happened, you recall telling that officer that you saw a group of people surrounding Nick.
Yo, que sí, repite la pregunta, por favor.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You told the officer on August 3rd of 2022, when you were being asked about what you remember, that you had remembered that they were surrounding Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
You told this officer that they were falling on him. Is that right?
Your Honor, the interpreter needs a repetition.
I'm sorry.
The interpreter needs a repetition.
You told the officer that you observed those people falling on him. Is that right?
¿Y cuando lo empujaron?
Yes, when they pushed him.
You told the officers that they put Nick in the middle of them. Is that right?
Sí, lo tenían ahí. No sé, el bulto de gente y se veía que estaba adentro el compañero.
Yes, they had him there. It was a group of people, and you could see that they had compañero, my friend there.
Could you see Nick with the group around him? Could you see him?
¿Y usted lo-
No, no lo podía ver, solamente el grupo,
No, I couldn't see him. I could just see the group.
Claro, ya. Sí, es solo el grupo.
Just the group.
You told the police that they hit him, meaning they hit Nick. Is that right?
Sí, cuando lo empujaron al principio, que él se acercó, se acercó, y cuando ya que lo empujaron, y ya ahí lo rodearon.
Yes, when he had close, then they pushed him, and then they surrounded him.
And you remember the blonde girl with the black suit on, is that true?
Sí, no la recuerdo muy bien, pero sí, tengo más o menos la...
I don't remember her very well.
No la recuerdo.
I don't, but I have an idea. I don't remember her.
Well, do you remember telling the police that you heard the blonde girl telling Nick, go, go, go?
Ujú. Sí. Sí.
Yes, yes.
You told the police that Nick pushed her. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see the rest of what happened?
No.
No.
You see Nick walking back to your group, though. Is that right?
Sí, cuando venía, él traía... Sí.
Yes, when he was coming, yes, I saw.
And you described him to police as being white, pale, and scared. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
You described him as having wide or open eyes. Is that right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And at one point, I think you said that Tatiana told you, don't go over there. Is that true?
Sí, mi hermana.
Yes, my sister.
So Nick, to your knowledge, what you know, Nick was by himself against that other group. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
No one, you said to the police, as far as you know, no one in your group went over to help him. Is that right?
No, nadie se movió, solamente Ariel al final que bajó y Eri a ver qué lo que estaba pasando.
No, nobody moved. And only at the end, Ariel and Eric went over there to see what was happening.
But that was after it was over. Is that right?
Please repeat.
Sure. When Ariel and Eric went over, the incident had ended. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So in terms of assistance or help, Mr. Miu was by himself. Nick was by himself.
Sí.
Yes.
Did it appear to you that Nick was in shock when he came back to you?
Bueno, impactado. Se veía impactado, sí, no sé. Yo digo shock porque es mi manera de expresarme, pues, pero impactado puede ser.
Yes, he looked in shock. I said in shock, or something had impacted him. Yes, in shock.
Do you remember waiting some time before your group moved on down the river after the incident?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you remember there being some time that your group waited when Nick came back before going back down the river?
No recuerdo. Y cuando él regresó, ya el Neti dijo rápido, vámonos. Fue lo que dijeron.
No, I don't remember that. When Nettie came back, when he came back, Nettie said, "Let's go."
Do you remember telling the police that you waited until you were told to leave the area? Do you remember that?
Oh. No recuerdo, pero si le dije eso, debe ser sí.
No, I don't remember, but if I said that, it must be right.
You were asked by Attorney Anderson about a statement that you said that you didn't dare look at Nick. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
He wasn't threatening toward you, right?
No.
No.
He wasn't being aggressive or angry toward you, right?
No.
You said the group was pretty quiet once he got back?
Sí.
Yes.
So when you said that you didn't want to look at him, it wasn't out of fear of him, right?
No.
It was because everyone was in shock?
Sí, no sabíamos qué había pasado en sí y no sabíamos cómo preguntar. Bueno, sí, todo el shock, sí.
Yes.
Accidente.
We didn't know what had happened, so we were in shock. Yes, we didn't know about anything of that incident.
I'm finished here.
Mr. Anderson?
A few times, or a couple times, you said Nettie. Who's Nettie?
Ernesto. Yo le digo sí.
I'm referring to Ernesto. I call him like that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear that.
Could the answer be repeated?
I call him Nettie, but I'm referring to Ernesto.
How do you know Ernesto?
De Cuba.
From the time I was in Cuba.
And friends?
Sí, somos vecinos de allá de Cuba.
Yes, we were neighbors in Cuba.
How long have you known Ernesto?
Bueno, él me vio crecer a mí, como que dice.
He basically, we grew up together.
Close friends?
Sí,
Yes.
How long had you known Nicolae Miu?
Bueno, cuando yo llegué aquí a este país, que Nicolae Miu trabajó con Nettie.
When I came to this country, I met Nick
Y lo
Miu.
conocí,
He worked with Nettie.
y lo conocí en casa de Nettie.
So I met him at Nettie's house.
So, is Nick a friend too?
Solo conocidos, nos reuníamos una vez o dos veces al año así.
We were acquaintances. We met twice a year.
Are Ernesto and Nick good friends?
Sí, pero...
Yes, they are.
Defense asked if Nick looked like he was in shock. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
What you told police was, I don't know if he was scared or worried.
Que no se veía cuando una persona está preocupada en el semblante de la persona, se ve cuando está preocupada o...
Because you see somebody when that person is worried, you can see in his face.
Obviously, you didn't know what he's thinking at that time.
No.
No.
You don't know if he's in shock or worried about what just happened.
No.
No.
No, solo la cara que se le veía blanca, pálida y con los ojos grandes, así ya más nada.
No, I just saw he was white, he was pale, his eyes wide open.
And I just want to clarify, defense asked you about the interview with the Spanish-speaking detective on August 3rd at your house.
Sí.
Yes.
That transcript I was asking you questions about, that's from that interview, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I understand what you saw. You saw Nick, I think on cross, you said. You saw Nick push the blonde girl and someone push Nick. Did you see anything else besides that you remember?
No.
No.
You said in your interview you didn't dare look at Nick, and defense asked if that was because the group was in shock. Do you remember that?
Sí, estaba nervioso.
Yes, I was nervous.
You didn't say about anyone else that you didn't dare look at them, right?
No dije, solamente hablé de mí, no sé lo que piensan las demás personas.
No, I only talked about me. I didn't know what the other people were thinking.
When Nick came back, did you see any injuries on him?
No me fijé.
No, I didn't notice.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophy?
Sir, I'm going to just ask you, you were just asked about what you saw. And you told police that you saw Mr. Miu get hit, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You saw people surrounding him.
Yo vi el grupo de personas, no es que, no sé si lo estaban rodeando, no, solamente vi el grupo de personas.
I saw the group of people. I don't know if they were surrounding him. I saw a group of people.
You agree that you told police they were surrounding him, though, right?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
When you spoke to the Spanish interpreter, or when you spoke to the Spanish-speaking officer, you told that officer that you observed people surrounding him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You told that officer that those people jumped on him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told them that you saw Nick on the ground, correct?
Sí, ahí cuando lo empujaron.
Yes, when they pushed him.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Leyva, you may step down. Yes. Members of the jury, we need about 5 minutes before the next witness, so we'll excuse you for that moment. We are in recess until, let's just say, 10:45.
judge and jury.
All right, please be seated. We are back on the record. The attorneys and Mr. Miu are present along with 14 jurors. Mr. Anderson, who's next?
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Ms. Ruiz Leyva, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Sí. Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your full name?
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Tatiana, were you tubing with a group including Nikolai on the Apple River on July 30, 2022?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photo over there?
sí.
Yes.
Which one are you?
La que está con el sombrero al lado del pullover blanco.
¿Al lado de qué?
Del que trae el pullover blanco.
Oh,
La que
I'm the one wearing the hat right next to the guy in the white t-shirt.
Inés tu Emi.
Ernesto.
Emi, al lado
Emi.
de Emi.
Oh, correction from the interpreter. And next to Emmy.
Who is Emmy?
La que está al lado mío, la blanquita chiquita, la
De-
esposa de Neti.
¿La que qué? Oh,
Sí,
the one that is right next to me, the white girl who is short, and she is Neti's wife.
And do you recall a time when you were on the river that day where you saw people with bloody injuries?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see anything before that on what led to that?
No.
No.
When you spoke with police, you told them you didn't see anything, you weren't looking in that direction?
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you, after you saw people with the injuries, did you call 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Can I have exhibit 63? Tatiana, do you remember, did you have trouble speaking with the person on 911?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you hand the phone to someone else?
Sí, se lo pasé a Rosy.
Yes, I handed it to Rosie.
And then, does Rosie speak fluent English?
Rosy se lo pasa a Amy later.
Rosie handed it to Emmy later.
And just to clarify, this is Emmy,
Sí,
Yes,
the purple t-shirt.
sí.
yes.
Did you have any idea what happened?
No.
No.
Do you remember seeing Nick come back to the group?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about him? Was he calm, worried, angry?
No, normal.
No,
Ya viene del agua, normal.
just normal. He was coming from the water, just normal.
And what was the tube ride to the exit like? Were you guys talking? Was it quiet?
Muy callados.
Very quiet.
Do you remember Nick saying anything on the tube ride out?
No, nunca.
No, never.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trapassi?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, do you remember being interviewed initially? Well, do you remember being interviewed by a Spanish-speaking police officer on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were interviewed?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me where that was?
En la casa de mi hermano.
At my brother's house.
Sí.
Okay. And that officer was asking you questions about what happened about 4 or 5 days earlier when you were on the river with Nick Miu.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
And
Yes.
your memory was better in August of 2022 than it is today. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew on July 30th of 2022 that at some point on your trip, Nick was looking for a phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that he had left your group to go look for that phone, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You knew that Nick was by himself, separated from your group while he was looking for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And Nick was with you guys in terms of that group, but he was also with his wife is in that picture. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So it was Nick and his wife were part of the group that was tubing.
Sí.
Yes.
Did Nick appear to be in a good mood that day? He didn't appear to be angry or anything?
No, nunca estuvo enojado. Estaba muy bien.
No, he was never angry. He was just fine.
And when Nick is, you see that he has a snorkel and goggles, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when he's looking for the phone, he goes off with those snorkel and goggles looking, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Your group is waiting for him to come back. You're over on the side of the river at that point, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were asked by Attorney Anderson if you saw what happened And your answer was that you didn't see anything.
No, nada.
No, nothing.
Did you hear anything?
¿Cómo que escuché algo? ¿En qué momento?
What do you mean if I heard anything? At what moment?
Did you hear anything that sounded like an altercation or a fight?
¿Pero en qué momento? ¿En el momento que ni baja o cuándo? No, no escuché nada.
But at what moment when Nick went came down, or when? No, I didn't hear anything. What time are you talking about?
There's a time when Nick's gone away from you guys with his snorkel, right?
Ujú.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a time that you see him come back, right? You see him come back to your tubes.
Uh-huh.
In between those two times, do you hear people yelling or fighting?
Cuando él regresa ya había pasado y sí, se oía la bulla y eso, sí.
When he came back,
Se oía la bulla.
things had happened and you could hear the loud noise, yes.
Ujú.
And you were asked, when Nick came back, did he say anything to you, to the group? Do you remember being asked that?
Recuerda que le preguntaron de qué lo que vio cuando ya regresó a su grupo.
Sí, pero no se habló nada, no se habló nada, no se preguntó nada.
Yes, but we didn't talk about anything. We didn't talk about anything. Nothing was asked.
Do you remember telling that Spanish-speaking police officer that when Nick came back to your group, he told you the kids jumped me?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't
se habló
remember.
nada, todo el mundo quiet.
Everybody was quiet.
So I just want to make sure, you don't remember telling that to the officer back on August 3rd of 2022?
Bueno. ¿Qué? No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
And you described Nick as, when he came back, he was quiet?
Sí, callado.
Yes, quiet.
Before he left to go look for this phone, was your group talking and laughing and having fun?
Sí.
Yes.
And when he came back to your group, the talking, the fun, that all stopped. Is that right?
Sí, todo se acabó.
Yes, everything was over.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Anderson?
You spoke with a Spanish-speaking detective at your house some days after the incident, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You also spoke to an officer right after you got out of the river?
Al salir del río nos pararon allí, pero no recuerdo. Mucho policía, no sé.
When we got out of the river, they stopped us there, but I don't remember. There were a lot of police presence. There was a lot of police presence.
The officers that when you got to the exit didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
No.
No hablamos, no se habló, yo no hablé.
No, we didn't say anything. Nothing was said. I didn't say anything.
You told an officer there you heard boys yelling, "Help, help, help." Do you remember that? You said that in English?
Ah, no, eso sí.
Oh, yeah, that I did, yes.
Do you remember when you heard the boys yelling, "Help, help, help"?
Sí, una chica.
Yes, a girl.
Oh, was it a girl who was injured?
Sí, tenía su mano en el estómago.
Yes, she had her hand on her stomach.
Do you know why you said boys?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Please, could you please repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Sí.
Yes.
Why?
Yo iba bajando y ellos estaban gritando, help, help, y vi el grupo de chicos allí, un grupo, pero no estaba yo cerca de ellos. Y ahí fue cuando yo mismo me retiro porque como que fue lejos y llamé a la policía.
I was getting off, and there was a group there, and the kids there were yelling, help, help, but I was kind of far away, but that's when I called the police.
When you heard the boys yelling for help, was that before Nick came back to your group?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Truffle.
Ma'am, do you know that people were injured on the river, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And one of the people that was yelling or asking for help was this girl that had been injured. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know now that there were some males that had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know when you heard help, if that was after those males had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
So if I'm hearing you right, those males are injured, then they're yelling, or somebody is yelling for help. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz Leyva. You may step down. You are excused. Who is the next witness? Yes. You can do it now while I'm making this announcement. All right, members of the jury, you may remember at the beginning of the trial, I explained that the state will proceed first because the state has the burden of proof. Once the state finishes its evidence, then the defense may, if they choose, present evidence of their own. Sometimes we deviate from that rule to accommodate a witness. Today, we're making an accommodation because we have interpreters present. So rather than waiting until some other day, we're going to take those witnesses today, even though they're being called by attorneys for Mr. Miu. Mr. Nelson, who will be the witness?
Ernesto. Apologize. Torres.
Ernesto Torres. See, Mr. Torres? Right here. Please raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Go ahead.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
See.
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Can you tell all of us your name, please?
Ernesto Torres Chugz.
Ernesto Torres Chávez.
Chugz.
Chugz.
Correcto.
Can I call you by Ernesto?
Sí.
Ernesto, do you know
Yes.
this man over here?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's this?
Nick.
Nick.
Nick who?
Nick Miu.
Nick Miu.
How long have you known Nick Miu?
Aproximadamente más de 10 años.
Approximately, well, it's over 10 years.
Do you did you work with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you married?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Emi.
Emmy.
Up here, is this a picture of you and Amy?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family in here other than that?
Mi hermana está a la derecha.
My sister on the right side.
Rosy.
Rosie.
That's your sister.
Yeah. Sí.
Anybody else family?
No, familia no, todos amigos.
Not relatives, all friends.
Did your wife Amy work with Nick as well?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you said you're friends with Nick, obviously sometimes when we're adults we have lots of different friends. How close would you consider Nick as a friend?
It's my best friend.
You're at his house, he's at your house.
Please, for the interpreter, could you please repeat the question?
You've been to his house, he's been to your house, you guys hang out together.
Sí.
Yes.
Would you consider Nick to be kind of a handyman?
Sí.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Porque él siempre está arreglando cosas en su casa o cuando va a la casa de alguien necesita ayuda.
Because
él está ahí para ayudar.
He's always there helping things in his house, or he goes to other houses to help fix things.
Have you ever seen him use tools to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him with a pocket knife?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him use the pocket knife as a tool to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me about some of those things that you've seen him do with the pocket knife to fix things?
Lo he visto arreglar cosas en su casa o en mi casa cuando compré mi piscina. Él fue uno de los compañeros que me ayudó.
I've seen him fix things
Usaba
in
su
his
navaja
house
para cortar cosas.
and my house. When I bought my pool, he helped me fix the pool and in general fixing things. And he used the knife. Sorry.
Want to ask you some questions about the trip down the river on July 30th of 2022, okay?
Sí,
Yes.
Is that a trip you and your wife have made before?
sí.
Yes.
Prior to leaving your house that day, did you have a call? Did you call Nick Miu that day and ask him to bring anything?
Sí,
Yes.
What'd you ask Nick to bring?
que llevara su navaja.
To bring his knife.
Why did you ask Nick to bring? And when you say his, start over. His knife, is that a pocket knife or some other knife?
No, la de paque.
No, the packet.
And why did you ask Nick to bring his pocket knife?
Porque la vez anterior que fuimos al río, a la hora de salir, no podíamos, no teníamos con qué cortar las sogas y tuvimos que arrastrar todas las balsas juntas y era muy pesado.
Because the last time we went to the river, we had all the inner tubes tied together and we couldn't cut the cords, so we had to pull them out of the river all together and bring them up to the place where we had to leave them.
So you wanted him to have the knife to help cut the cords at the end of the trip.
Y al principio también cuando amarramos todos los balsas.
And at the beginning too, it's useful to tie them up.
Why didn't you just bring your own pocket knife?
Yo no tengo.
I don't have one.
And who's the guy that tends to have a pocket knife in your group of friends?
Nick.
Nick.
Is he the handyman amongst your group of friends?
Sí.
Yes.
Is he? You said he had that pocket knife with him sometimes when he's come over to your house, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That day when you called him and asked him to bring the knife, were you worried about Nick Miu having a knife?
No razón ninguna.
No, there is no reason for that.
You've known him for a long time.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him in your home, seen him in his home.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him at work, worked with him.
Sí.
Yes.
Fair to say you've had opportunities to observe his character. Would you agree with that?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you agree Nick Miu has a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu bringing a knife based upon what you knew about Nick?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Repite la pregunta.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you worried at all about Nick Miu having a knife out on the river?
No.
No.
So now I'm going to ask you some more questions about the river, okay? Being on the river.
Sí.
Yes.
When you were on the river, was Nick there with his wife?
Sí.
Yes.
You see the picture there? I think it's 26. Sorry. 12A. Do you see that big photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick in that photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick's wearing a shirt and sunglasses in that photo. Is that what he looked like on July 30th?
Sí.
Yes.
proof.
Yes.
It's been marked as Exhibit 110. Do you see this picture? You see the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see Nick is wearing a hat in this picture?
Sí.
Yes.
This picture, Nick doesn't have a, in 12A, he doesn't have a hat, but on 110, he does have a hat. Do you agree?
Sí.
Yes.
There are times that day that you saw Nick wearing a hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day where you saw that Nick had taken the hat off?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick with some goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him use that goggles and snorkel prior to Ariel losing his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
Would he use the snorkel to swim in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
When he used the snorkel to swim in the river, do you remember, was he wearing his hat?
No.
No.
Was he, when he had on his goggles and snorkel, was he wearing sunglasses?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
When he went swimming in the river using the goggles and snorkel, did he also wear his sunglasses?
No.
No.
Was there a time when you were on the river that you saw, or that you came to learn Ariel had lost his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
When he lost his phone, did you guys stop and have a discussion?
No, Rhyley, en sí no paramos. Estuvimos conversando y él dijo que iba a buscar el teléfono. Yo le dije que se olvidara el teléfono, que se subiera a la balsa, y él dijo, no, I go to find it. O sea, que lo voy a encontrar.
No, we didn't stop. We didn't stop. We continued. Then he said, I'm going to look for the phone. And I said, no, don't go. And then he said, I'm going to go look for it.
The he you're referring to is Nick Miu?
Correcto.
Did you eventually?
Correct.
Did you eventually see Nick go look for the phone with his goggles and snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him go in the same direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
Can we call that downriver?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know why he went downriver to look for the phone?
Bueno, pienso que él se fue río abajo porque el teléfono estaba como una bolsa de esas que se usan para proteger el agua.
I think that he went down the river because the telephone was inside a pouch, those bags that you use to put them in the water.
On Exhibit 12A, that photo, do you see some people have lanyards with, looks like maybe a phone inside of them?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you even see Ariel and Gilma right there, same?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
Is that what you're describing?
Sí.
Yes.
Let's just slow down and wait for the interpretation.
I was going too fast. I'm going to slow down. When Nick then left to go look for the phone, were you watching him?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you look for the phone at all?
No.
No.
Were you sitting in the tube, standing near the tube, or doing something else?
Sentado.
Sitting down.
Did you eventually see Nick and another group of people or multiple people interacting in some way?
No.
No.
Did you eventually learn that Nick was interacting or people were interacting with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you learn that? From something you saw or from something you heard?
Su esposa dijo, Nick está en problema.
His wife said Nick is in trouble.
When you heard, did that surprise you?
Sí.
Yes.
You know Nick, you must know his wife Sandy.
Sí.
Yes.
You guys must hang out together as a couple often. Or as couples.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever heard Sandy express concern about the safety of her husband like she did on that day?
Overruled.
En ese día, no entiendo la pregunta.
During that day, I don't understand the question.
Sure. When Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you took that as Sandy expressing concern for Nick's safety.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever prior to that day or any time before that, heard Sandy express concerns about her husband's safety when you were around?
Nunca.
Never.
That must have surprised you then on that day when you heard that.
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you do?
So I looking down where people was, and I saw Nick in the water, and I stand up and I tried to get her.
When you saw Nick in the water, did he appear to be snorkeling and looking for the phone, or was something else going on?
No, estaba en el agua y había mucha gente a su alrededor.
No, he was in the water and there were people around him.
How many people?
Número no puedo decirle, pero sí eran bastantes. Pueden haber sido más de 10, 15 personas. No.
I can't tell you the number, but there were many, maybe 10, 15, I don't know.
When you made that observation, were you worried for Nick's safety?
Sí.
Yes.
What did it look like that group of 10 or 15 people was doing to Nick?
So, estaban gritándole y cuando él estaba en el agua, alguien le estaba dando.
They were shouting at him. And when he was in the water, somebody was yelling at him.
Did you ever see anybody have physical contact with Nick?
Bueno, en el momento en que yo vi que él estaba en el agua, alguien le pegó. Esa fue la primera vez que...
At that moment, when I saw Nick in the water, I saw somebody hitting him. That's the only thing I saw.
After you saw him in the water, did you keep watching?
So, yo traté de llegar hasta allá, pero en el medio del río perdí mis zapatos.
Well, I tried to get over there, but I lost my shoes in the middle of the river.
So, on your way, were you able to continue to watch, or did you need to tend to your footwear?
No. Estaba tratando de caminar, pero no podía. Miraba para el grupo, pero en otro momento no.
I tried to keep walking, but I couldn't. And I did watch the group at some point, but not always.
Did you see anybody being violent to or at Nick?
After when they was in the water, estuvo en el agua, no. Después que vi que estaba en el agua, no volví a ver nada.
After I saw him in the water, I didn't see anything else.
And it sounds like you don't know how he got down into the water. When you first looked, he was already in the water.
Correcto.
Correct.
At some point, did you see Nick walking back to you in the group?
Después que yo vi que él estaba parado, que yo le dije que viniera hacia esta parte de acá, él regresó.
After I saw him standing there, I told him to come back, and then he came back.
And so, if we're on the river, you're Ernesto, and I'm standing where Nick is, roughly. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The river flows that way to downstream. Does that make sense?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you see Nick walking somewhere in your direction, not exactly this angle, but somewhere towards you, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And what had happened is behind Nick by the time he's walking to you. Agreed?
Antes.
You mean before?
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Repeat the question, please.
After you saw Nick down in the water, eventually you see Nick coming back to you because you called him back.
Sí.
I want to ask you about that moment in time.
No entiendo la pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
I want to ask you about what you saw when Nick was walking back to you when you called him back.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Que yo le dije que regresara.
That I told him to come back.
I want to ask about that moment in time, what you saw.
Okay.
When Nick's walking back towards you, is he looking at you in the group, or is he walking backwards looking behind him?
No estoy seguro.
I'm not sure.
You're looking in Nick's direction, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
When you look in that direction, do you see somebody else other than Nick approaching you in your group, or you focus your... Do you see somebody else that draws your attention?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you see?
So, cuando el Ni venía por esta parte hacia la izquierda mía, alguien trató de acercarse y me hizo así con el dedo.
When Nick was coming over on my left side, someone else tried to approach and pointed at me with the finger.
When you say the finger, that might have different connotations. So, do you mean like a pointing finger or something else?
Dedo que no apuntaba.
Pointing with the finger.
And when they're pointing with their finger, is Nick near you?
Iba pasando.
He was going by me.
By me.
So if I'm Nick in that scenario, Nick is walking this way, you're pointing in that direction.
Yo estoy mirando hacia donde está la persona y ahí tienen. Stay there, stay there, stay there.
I'm looking at the person who was there and say, stay there, stay there.
Can you describe that person?
No tengo ni idea.
I have no idea.
Why were you telling that person, stay there, stay there, stay there?
porque la persona que estaba apuntando hacia mí o hacia mí, no sé si era hacia mí o hacia él, estaba yelling and he tried to walk.
Because the person pointing,
hacia mí.
because there was a person there pointing, I don't know if they were pointing at me or at Nick, but they were approaching.
Did you think it was safe for that person to come towards you and Nick?
Bueno, yo lo que tratar de que esa persona no se acercara a nosotros porque quizás el problema iba a seguir si venían hacia el grupo nuestro.
I tried to prevent that person from approaching us because I thought maybe the problem was going to continue.
You thought the solution to that problem was to keep Nick separated from the group that was pointing at you.
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick, I'm going to now ask you about when Nick's back at the tubes with you after you pointed at this person, okay? Make sense?
Sí.
In that time, what did Nick look like?
Y se lucía muy preocupado y estaba como blanco.
He looked worried and he was pale.
I think there was a time you also used the word he looked white or he looked wide-eyed.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see those things when you looked at Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
You said you've known Nick for a long time. He's your best friend. You ever seen him scared before?
Nunca.
Never?
Did he look like he was scared then?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he look to you like he was in fear and in shock?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that why you were pointing at other people, because you wanted to protect your friend and keep him there because you were worried about him?
Sí.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you didn't really know what had happened down there at that other group? You just didn't want anything more to happen?
No. Sí, sí, correcto, sí.
No,
No sabía qué había pasado.
I mean, yes, it's correct because I knew what had happened. I didn't know what had happened. So.
Right.
Did Nick stay then with the group at the tubes? Did he stay there that whole time?
Sí.
Did he ever ask you or make any motions to, or indicate in any way, tell you in any way that he wanted to go onto the shore or on the woods or sit anywhere other than in his tube?
No.
No.
What did you see him do while you guys were waiting there?
Solamente se sentó en la balsa y más nada, ni siquiera dijo una palabra.
He just sat in the inner tube and he didn't say anything. No words.
Did your impressions about him being in fear and shock, did that change over that time, or did he continue to look like he was in fear and shock?
No, él seguía en shock.
No, he continued in shock.
How long did you guys in your group wait there at the tubes before you eventually floated back down the river?
Yo diría como 30 minutos o 35, no sé exactamente, pero fue un buen rato.
I would say 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I don't know exactly. It was a while.
Why did you eventually go back down, float down the river? Did anything prompt you?
So, yo no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba en el grupo donde estaba todo el mundo allá, hicieron así para que como que el tráfico siguiera, la gente siguiera bajando.
I don't know
Y
if
ahí
it
todo el
was.
mundo empezó a bajar.
Maybe the interpreter needs the witness to repeat his answer.
Ok, no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba parado donde sucedió el problema, que hicieron así como que para que la gente ya podía seguir.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was the police or if it was something else, somebody else who was trying to guide people, and they were telling people to move, and to continue.
And based upon what you saw then, you kind of helped your group say, we got to go, and you moved down the river.
Correcto.
Correct.
During the float down the river, it continued to be quiet?
Completamente. Que yo recuerde, nadie habló hasta que llegamos a la salida.
Totally quiet. As far as I remember, nobody talked until we got to the exit.
What happened at the exit?
So, recuerdo que cuando llegamos a la salida, creo que había, no sé si era un policía vestido de verde o alguien que estaba cortando las sogas de la balsa.
When we got to the exit, I don't know if it was a policeman who was there. Somebody was cutting the ropes.
Pasamos el puente.
Then we crossed, we passed the bridge.
Cuando íbamos pasando allí vimos que habían policías.
When we passed the bridge, we noticed there were policemen there.
Y cuando íbamos pasando, ellos estaban como aquí así, íbamos pasando por aquí, vieron el grupo de nosotros.
They were over here, and we were on the other over here. And then they approached the group of where we were.
And when they approached the group, did you see them somehow indicate or say something to Nick?
¿Quién?
Who?
¿La policía?
The policeman?
Bueno, en el momento que nos pararon ahí, yo no sé porque eran muchos policías que estaban ahí, pero después de eso yo vi que vino un policía y le dijo, tienes que venir con nosotros.
Right at that moment when they stopped us, I don't know if they were policemen or not, but then one of them came and he said he has to come with us.
The policeman asked Nick to come with them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then see Nick go with the police?
Sí.
Yes.
Caminó normal.
He was walking normally with them.
Were you surprised at that point?
Sí, nosotros estábamos en shock. ¿Por qué lo detenían a él? Porque realmente nosotros no sabíamos qué había pasado.
We were in shock because we didn't know why they were detaining him. We didn't know what had happened.
And you couldn't believe your friend who's peaceful would have done anything to harm someone.
Nunca.
Never.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
You've tubed on the Apple River several times, including with Nick, right?
Nosotros sí, pero con él la segunda vez.
We have, but it was the second time with him.
And the Apple River, it's kind of a party scene, agreed?
Please repeat for the interpreter.
The Apple River, it's kind of a party scene. Lots of people on the river drink.
Sí.
Yes.
Your group was drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Probably most of the groups you saw on the river were drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you intoxicated?
No.
No.
How many drinks did you have? Do you know?
Probably like a 4 beer.
Probably like 4 beer.
And you said you told Nick not to go look for the phone, but he insisted, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Ariel wasn't worried about his phone because he had insurance, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And after Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you started walking towards Nick, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you got pretty close to where Nick was, right?
No.
No.
You got a lot closer than Sergio did, right?
No sé, porque en ese momento yo no sé dónde estuvo Sergio.
No.
Pero sí no estaba cerca.
I don't know because I don't know where Sergio was at that moment, but yes, I was close.
And you saw Nick in the water, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You never saw Nick do anything to anyone?
No.
No.
You said you were concerned for Nick's safety, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You walked over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told police, I didn't see, we don't know what happened because Nick didn't tell us anything, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you said that multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
You told police multiple times that Nick ran away.
Bueno, en lo que se refiere a usted huyendo, corriendo, me refiero a cuando él salió del grupo y vino hacia este lado para nosotros.
When you're referring to running or running away, I'm referring to when he left that group and approached our group.
When he
on this side.
When he went back to your group, you said he ran back to your group, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You told that to police multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
So you remember him running back to your group.
O sea, no diría yo corriendo, simplemente venía hacia el grupo, caminando a prisa, pero no, I don't know. Venía de regreso hacia el grupo.
I mean, he didn't come running. He was walking fast. He was just coming back.
He actually just walked casually back.
Objection.
Right?
What's the objection?
Vague as to the use of the word casual.
Overruled. He can answer if he understands. Do you understand the question?
No entiendo la pregunta.
No, I don't understand the question.
You need to rephrase that.
He wasn't walking fast back to your group, was he?
Él no iba caminando.
Él venía caminando.
He was walking.
But not quickly, right?
No.
No.
And then after he walked past you, you told police the groups were fighting each other.
Bueno, yo no puedo decir exactamente si estaban peleando, simplemente como estaban todo el mundo gritando y eso, no sabemos exactamente lo que estaba pasando ahí.
I couldn't say they were fighting. Everybody was shouting. We didn't know what was happening there.
But what you told police was that the groups were fighting each other after Nikolai left.
No recuerdo en este momento, pero puede, desde mi punto de vista, a ver las discusiones que tenían allí, puede ser que yo pensé, o puede ser que estaban peleando, o puede ser no.
I don't remember right now, but in my opinion, because of the way they were talking and they were loud, they may have been fighting.
You didn't see any injuries on Nick when he walked back, right?
No.
No.
And your group stayed at the sandbar for a while because Eric was helping with the victims, right?
No sé.
I don't know.
Was Nick helping with the victims? Was Eric helping with the injured?
No sé.
I don't know.
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nick said, let's go, right?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nicolae Miu said, let's go.
No.
Nope.
When you got to the exit, there was a lot of police there, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
There wasn't any belligerent people approaching you or anything like that?
No podría decirle si personas acercándose no, simplemente cuando va saliendo del río sabe que van personas adelante y van personas detrás. No sé a qué se refiere usted.
I couldn't tell you if there were people approaching us or getting closer to us. There were people in front, there were people behind us. I don't know what you're referring to.
You didn't get threatened or anything when you got out to the exit, right?
No.
No.
When Nick came back to your group, he told you they took my knife, right?
I don't remember.
You told police.
I don't remember.
You told police multiple times they took Nick's knife out of his pocket, right?
Si se lo dije a la policía, está, pero no recuerdo.
If he gave it to the policeman, I don't know. Interpreter needs to correct. If I told that to the policeman, maybe, but I don't remember.
You don't remember if Nick told you they took my knife?
I don't remember exactly. She tell me something.
So Nick.
And I don't remember where because when we sit down in the tour, we not talking nothing.
You saw Nick among the group of people when you were walking up, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You could see how the group was acting. You could hear them, right?
Sí, estaban gritando toda la gente. Yelling people.
Yes, they were yelling.
And when police talked to you about it, you didn't believe Nick stabbed anyone, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And you said, he's a big guy, he was in the army, he doesn't need a knife to defend himself, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he was in the army in Romania before coming to the U.S., right?
I'm not sure, o sea, no estoy seguro, pero si dije eso porque en los países comunistas el servicio militar es mandatorio. So, él vive en un país comunista, yo vivo en un país comunista, al servicio nos mandan obligados.
I'm not sure if I said that, but I know that he comes from a communist country and the military service is mandatory. I come from a communist country too, where you have the mandatory military service.
And you answered questions about Nick had his knife because he used it to cut ropes. He was going to use it at the beginning and going to use it at the end. Do you remember that?
Correcto.
Correct.
But you told police that you thought Nikolai put his knife back in the vehicle before floating down the river, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you also told police you never saw Nikolai with a knife on the river, right?
No. Bueno, cuando hablamos del río, solamente lo vi con la navaja al principio cuando se amarraron todos los tubos.
No, well, when we were in the river, I only saw him with the knife at the beginning when we were tying the tubes.
When Nikolai got back to the tubes after he walked past you, did you walk back to the tubes?
I'm sorry, please, the interpreter needs a repetition.
Nikolai walked past you, going back to the tubes, right?
¿Sí?
Yes.
And he didn't say anything to you then?
I don't remember because I pay attention to the guy punch us and I say, stay there, stay there. I don't want it coming to us.
Nikolai didn't ask for your help or anything?
¿Ayuda cuándo?
Help when?
Ever. He never yelled for help, right?
Yo no vi nada hasta que la señora me dijo que estaba en problema.
I didn't see anything until the lady told me that he was in trouble.
You also didn't hear him yell anything, right?
No.
No.
When Nikolai got back to the tubes, did you walk back to the tubes too?
Sí.
Yes.
No one followed you, right?
No, en el momento que él pasó al lado mío que iba para la balsa, yo estuve quizás unos segundos parado ahí con la persona que nos estaba apuntando y yo le decía, stay there, stay there, stay there. Hasta después de eso, yo me regresé a la balsa.
When Nick, he was walking by me on this side, I stayed standing there and I told the guy who was approaching us, stay there and pointing. And then I followed Nick.
You didn't answer my question. I asked, when you walked away, nobody followed you, right?
Que yo recuerde, no.
As far as I remember, no.
Si estoy de espalda no puedo ver.
If I'm walking, I can't see from my back. I can see in the back.
And once Nikolai got back to the tubes, he put on his shirt, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you didn't see what happened before Nick, you saw Nick in the water, right?
No.
No.
So you don't know if he did something violent before you saw him in the water?
No.
No.
You said Nick appeared very scared, worried after he walked back, right?
Sí, es normal.
Yes, it's normal.
And you'd never seen him scared like that before, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And he wasn't smiling, right?
¿Cómo?
He wasn't
What do you mean?
smiling.
No.
No.
That would be, you wouldn't expect him to be smiling if he was afraid, right?
¿Quién se va a reír en medio de un problema?
Who's going to smile when you're in the middle of trouble?
I want to show you some frames.
Why don't we break here for lunch, since there seems to be more questions. Members of the jury, we're going to break until 1 o'clock. Same reminders, no independent investigation, no research. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case. We will resume at 1 p.m.
All right.
We are in recess until 1.
Paul en el centro. Okay. Y la otra, Viviana, ya no vive ella, ¿verdad? No, Vivian Gap, sí. Hay otra, no, ¿cómo se llama? Otra argentina que también vivía en Florida. ¿Cómo se llama? Andrea. Yes. Sure.
just me.
Judge, can we approach quickly?
Yes. All right, we're ready for the jury.
Should I get Ernesto while we're waiting?
Yes, if he's not in the courtroom.
You want to go back up there or wait there?
Up to him.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. We're ready to resume the afternoon with the attorneys, Mr. Miu, all of whom are present. Thank you for your patience. Sometimes during the course of a trial, unexpected things come up. One did, and I had to meet with the attorneys to sort out the solution, which we have reached, and we're ready to continue. Mr. Chugz, please retake the witness stand. You're still under oath. Mr. Anderson.
Ernesto, you recall you said you don't know if you said to the officer on shore that Nikolai said they took his knife.
Sí.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Judge, can you approach?
Yes.
When you spoke with the officer at the exit, you spoke in English, right?
Creo que sí.
I think so.
I'm going to show you a transcript. Can you just take your time and look at that? Read through it enough to see if you know what it is.
Run me through everything?
No, does it appear that it's a transcript of your conversation with the officers at the shore?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to show you. Can you read that? No, just read it to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, down here. I'll just read it.
Yeah, I got it.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, right?
I said, I don't remember, but if that's what I say, it's okay.
Are you saying you don't think?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yes.
So you don't remember if you said they took my knife, but you remember somebody pointing and walking towards you?
I don't remember.
Didn't you testify to that? Somebody pointed and walked towards you and you told them to get back?
Yeah. Sí, eso sí.
Yes, that I did.
But you never told that to police, right?
Well, they don't ask me.
You never said it either, though, right?
So in that moment, you can say or remember everything you said. I answer whatever they ask me.
Can we... You also testified that, remember when I asked you if Nick said anything when he was walking by you on his way back to your group?
I don't remember.
And you said you weren't paying attention because you were looking at the guy who was walking towards you, or the person?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, I want to go to some frames. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And you did, the officer never asked if somebody was pointing at anyone but at you, but you did say, I told Nick to come and he came and that's it, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
This is from the video. There's some graphic parts in it. This is 3291. I'm ready. I'm going to scroll and then I'm going to ask you some questions. On 3318, that's Ariel in the American flag shorts and black shirt, right?
Repita. Correcto.
Repeat that. Correct.
Correcto.
This is Nick here,
Correcto.
and this is you.
Correcto.
Correct.
And Nick is standing right next to you, and you're touching his arm.
Sí, cuando va pasando. Correcto.
Yes,
Okay.
when he was passing by.
Do you see anyone in this frame walking towards you?
Ahí en ese momento no veo, en la foto no lo veo.
Okay.
At that very moment in that picture, I don't see anybody.
How about here on 3322?
There is somewhere in there somebody's coming, is pointing us. I don't see it there, but I saw that day.
Okay. I've scrolled a little ways into 3333. See anyone pointing or walking towards you?
No lo veo.
I don't see anybody.
Does it even look like anyone's looking at you?
En ese momento no lo veo.
I don't see anybody at that time.
But depende la parte del video o depende de la perspectiva de cómo se ha tomado el video cuando estábamos. I don't see those people there. I was down there.
It depends on the time of the video or the point of view of the person who was taking the video.
Stopped at 3359. You can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another frame. Man 3471. That's you right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And you're actually walking towards the camera.
Sí.
Nobody's approaching you or walking towards you.
And
No.
no,
Nikolai isn't in this, right?
No lo veo.
I don't see him.
Okay, you can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another one. Okay. This is 3936. Is that you, Ariel, and Sergio on the top left?
¿Dónde?
Where?
Right here. Sergio, Ariel, you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sí.
Yes.
You still haven't walked back to your tubes?
I don't remember.
Well, in the
He's
photo.
standing there, but in the picture, I don't know if it's after or before.
Sure. Okay.
Right?
You can turn it off. I have one more set of frames to ask you about. So this is 3936. I'm going to go to later in the video. I'm ready. Do you think this is what you were thinking of after Nick was long gone? This is you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
And here's a girl standing by a group of other women pointing at you from a ways away, or in your direction.
I'm not sure, but this guy is coming this way from there. Probably one of the guys was in the middle. I said to him, stay there, stay there. The guy's behind the yellow teacher.
This guy
probably was that one. It was right here, by in the front. This guy right here.
This guy
here.
Right here.
Yeah, no, he's walking here in the picture. You can see he walk. When I say stay there, and he walked the other way. But in that time, he probably was right here when I have my finger, something like that.
Let's keep going. We'll see. And you said before you didn't know if it was a man or a woman, right? Who was pointing, and then walking towards you and pointing, and then.
No, what's a man?
It was a man.
What's a man?
If it was here, it would have been after Nikolai was long gone, right?
¿Cómo?
It would have been
What did you
after
say?
Nikolai. Sorry.
Wait for the interpretation.
It would have been long after Nikolai was gone, right?
Yeah, but the person, when he started pointing me, empezó a señalar hacia nosotros.
Started pointing towards
That's
us.
start when Nico coming this way. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure he was in the picture or whatever the video was right there. He's as like he turned this way to the other people, but before he was a little more far and he pointed to us.
So before, when I asked what did Nikolai say, if anything, to you when he passed you, you said you didn't know because the guy was coming towards you. Now your testimony is that it was later in the video. So do you know what he said to you or no? If anything, Nikolai?
I don't remember.
And you'd agree you got pretty close to where Nikolai was with the group, right?
¿En qué momento?
At what time? What moment?
I'll go back. Can we have the screen? $33.21. You got. And you said what did you say you saw for injured people?
What question?
What did you see as far as injured people?
I saw some women the other side. That woman was behind probably this guy. It was like in the middle of the river. And I say, what's going on? Because I don't know what's happening. I saw her And I say, what's going on?
Did you see this man here on 3321?
No.
And you didn't see Nick do anything?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Can I have the screen?
You were asked some questions about slide 3321 that's in front of you.
Sí.
Yes.
Again, this is you.
Sí.
Yes.
Looks like you're reaching out to Mr. Miu, who's standing next to you.
Correct.
Correct.
Mr. Miu is walking,
Sí.
Yes.
he's walking upriver.
Sí.
Ariel in the
Yes.
flag shorts is walking upriver behind Mr. Miu.
En this moment, en este momento, en el video yo veo a Ariel.
At
Pero
this
before,
moment,
I don't remember what Ariel was.
in the video, I can see him, but before, I don't remember where he was.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to ask you about that. I'm going to ask you about this person here. Do you see the person in the two-tone shorts?
¿Quién es?
Do you see that person
he
in
is?
two-tone shorts?
I'm not sure.
I'm not asking if you know who he is. I'm just asking you, do you see the person that I'm pointing to in the two-tone shorts?
No.
Right now
No.
on the screen, do you see them?
Ahora sí. Ahora sí.
Oh, now I do. Now I do.
Next to that person is a man in a yellow shirt.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to now ask you questions about slide 3922. Okay?
Sí.
Yes.
You haven't watched the video, have you?
Yes.
You
Yes.
agree that you have not?
No.
No.
Poor question on my part. Have you watched the video or have you not watched the video?
No.
No.
The screens, the slides that we're showing you go in sequential order. So the first one is 0. The last one is 4,819. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I previously showed you 3321, and now we're showing you something later, 3922. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to blow this up. Or in the upper left-hand corner, that appears to be you and Ariel and Sergio standing next to each other. Agreed?
Correcto.
Correct.
Pero
But
en what I said before, in this moment, I don't see this is, si esto es antes o después del problema, porque I don't see the whole video.
I don't know if this is before
Pero sí
or
estamos ahí.
after the problem because I haven't seen the whole video.
If I were to tell you hypothetically, this is after, because we can see a victim or two victims or two people with injuries down. Agreed? Make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
And then over here, way on the right, you see this blur that may be a person without a shirt on walking from a different direction over to your group. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm now going to scroll through the forward in time, and I want to show you stuff, okay? I'm going to stop at 39:53. Going to blow this up. Do you see somebody here on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Is that a man in two-tone shorts that I had previously shown you?
Sí.
Yes.
Had that man ran up to you and then you...
So, wait, please. Objection sustained. Please rephrase.
Is this the person that you saw come up to you that you pointed to say, go away?
Sí.
Yes.
And as we move forward here in time, the person in the yellow shorts that was in a different spot before is there too, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And then as we move forward to 4012, excuse me, you now see the woman pointing the finger at you, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. What's going on?
Understood. When you spoke to the police, was there a Spanish interpreter there?
No.
No.
Sometimes when you've spoken today, you've answered in English. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
Fair to say your preferred language is Spanish?
Español.
Spanish.
You know some English?
Sí.
Yes.
If you wanted to communicate something really important and make sure you were accurate, would you say it in Spanish, or would you say it in English, or would you say it in some other language?
Español.
Spanish.
Why?
Porque hay muchas palabras en inglés que tienen diferentes significados.
Because there are many words in English that
Y
have different
a la hora
meanings.
de uno contestar, puede ser que la respuesta no sea correcta.
And when one answers, maybe the answer is not the correct one.
Also, when you hear words, is it easier for you to understand the words spoken to you when the words spoken to you are in Spanish rather than in English?
Sí.
Yes.
You answered some questions about your knowledge about your friend Nick being from Romania. I want to ask you about that, okay?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you know exactly when Nick Miu immigrated to the United States?
No.
Do you know what age he was?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Do you know whether, in fact, he was or was not in the military at any point?
No.
No.
When you spoke with the police, you told them you thought he might have been in the military for the reasons that you said here, because communist countries sometimes require that, correct?
Mandatorio, sí.
Mandatory, yes.
You also told the police that you didn't actually know. You told them several times, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you have actual knowledge as to whether Nick Miu was in Romania and served mandatory service for his country?
No.
No.
Last area here, you said you were able to remember some things that you saw, but you couldn't remember everything that you heard. Would that be fair?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you find it for you easier? Do you find it easier to remember things that you see, or do you find it easier to remember things that you hear?
Cosa que veo.
That I see.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Is your testimony today important?
Súper importante.
Very important.
Sometimes you answer in English.
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
Because you're also comfortable speaking in English.
A veces se lo entiendo, a veces no.
Sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't.
If you told the officer, he said that somebody took his knife in his pocket, that's something you can easily understand in English, right?
Repita.
Repeat, please.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket. You understand that in English, right?
I don't remember.
Do you understand what that means in English?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you told that to the officer 17 times, do you think you said that because you remembered it at the time?
I don't know how many times you say 17 times. I don't remember.
Do you want to see the transcript?
You can show me.
It's highlighted and there's numbers next to it.
Well, that's what I said, but I don't remember saying many times. I don't know.
Do you agree or not agree that you told the officer that 17 times?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that, but you remember something you didn't tell the police from almost 2 years ago?
What do you mean? ¿Cómo que algo que yo no le dije a la policía hace 2 años?
What do you mean? Something that I didn't tell the police 2 years ago.
This is a 13-page transcript, and there's 17 times on here where it says something about, he said they took my knife.
Objection, asked and answered, cumulative.
Sustained. He said he didn't
Nothing else, Judge.
remember. All right. Thank you, Mr.
Torres.
Señor.
My apologies. You are excused. You may step down.
Thank you.
Whereas Chugz.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the part I was missing.
Judge, we have one more witness. I don't know if you want to take a quick 5-minute break before we call the last Spanish-speaking witness.
Are the interpreters prepared to go forward? Good. Let's
Fine,
continue.
Your Honor.
All right.
Judge Rhodes, quickly. About 5 minutes outside your presence, members of the jury. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury, meeting with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. Mr. Smestad asked to approach with a concern. Mr. Smestad.
Your Honor, we were informed by our victim witness staff that some of the witnesses were out in the hall live streaming the trial. They're under sequestration order. Apparently one of those folks is the gentleman who's just about to testify, and I forget his last name, but his first name is Ariel. Obviously that's of concern because if he was watching other folks testify, it defies the purpose of the sequestration order. We'd like to have the court instruct the witnesses again to not be watching the trial.
Did the state's attorneys instruct the witnesses about the sequestration order?
We provided written notice to every witness that met with us. Ariel would not meet with us, but the Spanish speakers we met with, which was Sergio, Tatiana, and Gilma, we gave them written instructions in Spanish not to watch the trial, can't be in the trial, don't read the news.
Okay. Did they understand, or did your written instructions include that this was a court's order?
Yes. We also told them verbally when we met with them, but again, Ariel refused to meet with us. So I don't know if defense told him he's on their witness list.
Ariel is a defense witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, was the sequestration order given to?
Not to Spanish-speaking witnesses, no, Judge. I did not have a translation service. Obviously, it's an oversight, and I will change my practice in the future.
All right, what I'll do then, well, let me ask, is there anything else besides tell the witnesses about the sequestration order that you want me to do?
I don't know that there is anything you can do at this point, Judge.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm happy to remind them about the sequestration order, but as long as everyone is satisfied with that being the limit of my involvement, I'll stop. I'm not inviting more, let's put it that way. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
Sequestration is important, obviously. We don't want witnesses forming their testimony based on what other witnesses have said. Especially in this case, the gentleman who just testified, the cross-examination is going to be about the same. They're both the two that walked up to the scene and either saw things or didn't see things. He now knows what to expect on cross-examination. He's seen his friend go through it and heard it go through it. I think, and defense did not tell them about the sequestration order, which is just as much their duty as it is our duty. So I think it's a pretty big problem. I might ask for some sort of curative instruction that defense did not inform their witnesses of the sequestration order. But I think we can address that later. For now, I think it will be a point for cross.
Mr. Nelson, anything to add?
No, Judge.
All right, what I plan to do is invite the witnesses in. I will assume that they had not received or fully appreciated the extent of the sequestration order. I'll explain it to them with the benefit of the interpreters. If the state wishes to cross-examine, you may. So would somebody bring the witnesses in, please? Okay.
And Your Honor, the question from the interpreters, are we just going to interpret right next to them?
We'll just do sequential interpretation. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have Ms. Costanza. There she is. Ms. Torres. Mr. Ruiz Leyva? He left. Okay. Ms. Ruiz Leyva. Mr. Torres Chugz. And Ariel. What is your last name?
Chugz.
Okay, Ariel Chugz. At the beginning of the trial, I told the attorneys to tell all of the witnesses that they were not to discuss their testimony with other witnesses. I also told the attorneys to tell the witnesses that they were not allowed to watch the trial, either in person or on the internet or television, because we didn't want the witnesses to conform their testimony to what they hear from the others. I was told that one or more of you may be watching the trial while you're sitting in the hallway. I invited you in today so that I could explain to you personally that you may not do so, because we want to preserve your memories about what happened from July 2022, and we don't want your memories to be tainted by something that you may see or hear about this trial. So please, as long as you're needed as witnesses, do not talk about the case with each other or with other witnesses. Please do not watch any TV or internet accounts of this trial. Will you all do that? Excellent. They've all answered in the affirmative. Thank you, everyone. You can go back to the hallway.
Ariel, can you stay?
Ariel, ¿se puede quedar?
We're going to call you next, so you may as well just wait in here.
Is there anything else we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
No, Judge.
No.
All right, let's bring them in. The hearing assist device is up here. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Somebody drop something? All right, please be seated. All right. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We are ready to move on. Again, this will be another witness called by the defense, taken out of order to accommodate the Spanish-speaking interpreters. Mr. Nelson, who is next?
Ariel Chugz Layet, please.
Please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Right over here. Looks like it's falling off his head. Can somebody maybe adjust the size of the wraparound? Perfect. Mr. Nelson.
Afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Ariel Chugz.
Ariel Chugz.
Ariel, do you know this man here to my right, wearing the blue shirt and the red tie and the green jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's that?
Nick.
Nick.
How do you know Nick?
Lo conocí por medio de mi primo,
I met him through my cousin,
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
Have you, how long have you known Nick?
Un poco más de 5 años.
A little over 5 years.
During that time, have you had an opportunity to observe his character, his person?
Sí.
Yes. Let's continue. Mr. Nelson?
I'm just going to repeat the question.
Le voy a preguntar.
During the time that you've known him for over those 5 years, have you had an opportunity to observe his person, his character?
Sí, cómo no.
Yes, of course.
Do you consider him to have a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
In fact, when the police talked to you about this, you even mentioned that to them, did you not?
Sí.
Yes.
I think when you spoke with the police, they used terms which you agreed with along the lines of
Yes, I'm sorry. The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
You spoke with the police in August of 20 and 22 to a Spanish-speaking police officer. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions that that Spanish-speaking police officer asked you about your observations of Nick on that day, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, it's in August of 22 that the police officer is asking you questions about Nick in July 30th of 22. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember the officer asking you if Nick was calm or angry on that day, July 30th, 2022?
No recuerdo si me preguntó eso o no.
I don't remember if the officer asked me that or not.
Let me just ask you this. As you sit here today, do you remember on July 30th, was Nick Miu angry or was he calm or did he have some other character, demeanor that you noticed?
No, solo él estaba calmado.
No.
Persona pasiva.
He was calm. He was calm.
Okay. On that day, July 30th, did you see Nick with a pair of goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point that day, did your girlfriend drop your phone so your phone was lost in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you questions before the phone was lost, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Before the phone was lost, do you remember Nick using the goggles and snorkel to swim in the river at different times?
Sí.
Yes.
When he did that, was he wearing his hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was he wearing his sunglasses when he snorkeled?
La tenía antes de usar el snorkel.
I remember he had them on before using it.
Do you remember that he put his glasses back on after he was done snorkeling?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I want to just jump ahead now to the phone and it being lost, okay? What did you guys do when you lost your phone?
Nosotros los empezamos a buscar cerca del área donde se había perdido.
We started looking for it near the area where it had gotten lost.
Did Nick volunteer to do anything?
Sí, él empezó a nadar y a buscar con el snorkel.
Yes, he started swimming and looking for it with the snorkel.
Did he go in the direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
There's a picture there to your left that's marked as Exhibit 12A. Do you see yourself there in the flag shorts?
Yes.
Is that the phone or in a lanyard around your neck? What's
Sí.
your phone?
Yes.
What is your phone in? Is it in some protective package? What's that in?
Sí, un cover.
Yes, a cover.
Does that does your phone float when it's in that?
Supongo que sí.
I suppose it does.
You lost your phone that day, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have that phone now?
No.
No.
Did you get returned to you at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
Who returned it to you?
Un sheriff de, creo que de aquí.
A sheriff, I believe, from here.
Do you understand the police found your phone eventually?
Sí, lo encontraron.
Yes.
And you got it back?
Sí.
Yes.
Before the police found your phone, did you see Nick go and look for it?
Repite la pregunta.
That was
Repeat
a poor
the question.
You lost the phone. You said you saw Nick go snorkeling or go swim for it. What did you see?
Pues él andaba buscando con el snorkel río abajo.
He was looking for it with the snorkel down the river.
At some point, did you learn that Nick was in contact with other people on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that because something you saw or something you heard?
Lo oí por su mujer.
I heard it from his wife.
What did you hear from his wife?
Ella dijo que Nick estaba en problemas.
She said that Nick was in trouble.
What did you do when you heard that?
So, mi novia me dijo que fuera a ver qué estaba pasando.
My girlfriend told me to go look and see what was going on.
Did you go look and see?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you walk downriver towards where Nick was?
Sí.
Yes.
As you were walking there, what did you see?
Pues primero estábamos bien lejos, no sé exactamente la distancia, pero estábamos lejos.
Well, at first we were very far away. I don't know the distance exactly, but we were very far away.
So, yo empiezo a caminar y iba con mi cerveza en la mano.
So I started walking. I had my beer on my hand.
Y que me voy acercando un poquito, veo que
And I was getting closer a little bit.
que alguien estaba, Nick estaba cerca de un grupo de personas.
And I saw that Nick was close or near a group of people, young people.
Y lo que yo entendía de esa distancia es que le estaban haciendo bromas a él.
And what I was able to understand from the distance where I was at is that they were joking or
Bullying.
Bullying him.
Alguien le quitó el snorkel y lo tiró río abajo, algo así.
Somebody had taken his snorkel and had thrown it down the river, something like that.
Es lo que iba viendo yo mientras me iba acercando.
That's what I was seeing as I was getting closer.
Entonces, yo iba pensando que era solamente un juego para ellos.
And so then I was thinking that it was just a game for them.
Pero cuando me voy acercando más,
But as I got closer,
veo que muchas personas le empiezan a golpear.
I see that many people started hitting him.
Let me stop you there for a second. Can you describe when you say they were hitting them? Was it with their hands, their feet, their knees, fists? Can you just tell me what you saw?
Con las manos.
With the hands.
One person, more than one person?
Varias personas, eran muchas personas alrededor.
Several people. There were many people around.
And when you saw them hit Nick, what happened to Nick? Did he stay standing or did something else happen?
Yo recuerdo que él se cayó al río.
I remember that he fell to the river, to the water.
What happened? What did you see next after Nick had fallen into the water?
Creo que alguien lo estaba como que hundiendo,
I
echando por abajo.
think that somebody was kind of like pushing him down.
Pero todavía sigo yo acercándome, pero iba yo prácticamente caminando.
But I was still getting closer, but I was basically walking.
As you got closer, what did you see next?
Cuando me fui acercando, vi que alguien empezó a sangrar.
As I was getting closer, I saw that somebody started bleeding.
What do you remember next?
Después vi a Nick, estaba como parado. Yo vengo por acá, él estaba como a mi izquierda.
Then I saw, well, Nick was kind of standing up. I was over here. He was to my left.
Y creo que vino una mujer hacia él
And I,
golpearlo.
repita, ¿a golpearlo, dijo?
Una mujer vino hacia arriba de él a golpearlo.
Oh, and I believe a woman came over towards him to hit him.
And then what did you see?
Nick respondió, pero, se defendió.
Nick responded. He defended himself.
Ya había muchas personas alrededor
There were many people around,
y fue muy rápido lo que vi.
and what I saw was happened really quickly, really fast.
Entonces, creo que llegué después donde estaba Nick.
And I think later I went to where Nick was, or I got to where Nick was.
And when you got to where Nick was, what'd you do or what'd you see?
Yo solo vi que él estaba, creo que se había levantado.
I only saw that he was, I think he had gotten up.
Yo le topé el brazo a él,
I touched his arm,
pero en ese momento ya había mucha sangre frente de mí de las otras personas.
but at that moment there was a lot of blood right in front of me, blood that belonged to the other people.
So, esto pasó muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
That happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember the most.
Entonces nos regresamos.
So we went back.
Was it hard for you to make sense of what you were seeing and what was happening?
Sí, era muy rápido.
Yes, it was very fast.
Había muchas personas alrededor y mucho disturbio.
There were many people around. There was a big disturbance.
Y es un poco difícil asimilar lo que había pasado.
And it is a little difficult to assimilate or what had happened or to let it sink in.
Are you able now, after some time, to pick out every detail? Or do you just remember what you've said?
No, solamente recuerdo eso que estoy diciendo.
No, I only remember that, what I am telling you now.
Ya ha pasado algún tiempo ya.
Because some time already went by.
So, cuando caminamos para atrás,
So when we walked back,
Please wait. Question, please.
What happened next?
¿Puedo seguir?
Can I continue?
Yes, you may.
So, cuando empezamos a caminar para atrás,
When we started walking back,
yo voy en dirección recta para el grupo.
in the direction towards the group, straight towards the group.
So, yo voy a mi izquierda y Nick va a la derecha.
I was on the left side, Nick was on the right side.
En ese momento que hemos caminado un poco,
And at that moment, when we had walked a little,
veo yo que sale de la otra orilla del río el joven con la herida en el estómago.
I see that on the other side of the river was the young man with the injury to his stomach.
Y estaba gritando.
He was shouting.
Lo que me hiciste, lo estaba como gritándole a Nick.
Look what you did to me. He was kind of yelling or shouting at Nick.
Y en ese momento el muchacho cayó al agua.
And at that moment, the young guy fell to the water.
So, entonces seguimos caminando.
So we continued walking.
So, yo me dirigí hacia el grupo.
And I kept going towards the group.
And Nick siguió a la otra orilla del río derecho.
And Nick kept going to the other side of the river, straight.
Did you see Nick do anything at the other side of the river?
Ya yo no le presté no lo seguí mirando yo a él porque fui con mi novia.
I did not keep an eye on him because I went to see my girlfriend.
Did you see Nick? Did Nick join you back at the tubes where your group of friends were?
Sí.
Yes.
At some other point when you're walking back to the tubes, did anybody yell or scream or run up near where you were?
Había muchas personas gritando y corriendo. Sí, iban varios como para el grupo de nosotros. No llegaron cerca, solamente caminaron un poco hacia nosotros.
There were many people
Gritando,
running and
no recuerdo qué decían.
and screaming. Some people came towards our group, but they didn't get too close. I don't remember what they were just yelling and screaming, and I don't remember what they were saying.
Did you respond to them in any way?
No, nunca.
No, I did not.
Did you see Ernesto or Sergio or Nick or anyone else from your group respond to them in any way?
No.
When you were back at the tubes, I want to ask you questions about that, okay? Did you get a chance to kind of make some observations of Nick? Did you see him?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, somewhat.
What did he look like?
Como asustado, como pálido.
He looked like kind of scared, pale.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Ariel, is it fair that you're pretty uncomfortable testifying here today?
No.
No.
You're comfortable up there on the stand?
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Ernesto is your uncle?
Mi primo.
My cousin.
Cousin, okay. And he's best friends with Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you friends with Nick, or do you just know Nick through Ernesto?
Se pudiera ser que amigos, no cercanos, pero ya forma de ser amigos.
It could be said that we're friends, not close friends, but kind of friends.
I want to walk through your testimony. So you saw the young guys, the boys, knock the goggles out of Nick's hands?
Eso fue lo que pude distinguir, lo primero que distinguí.
That's what I was able to distinguish. That's the first thing that I distinguished.
And you were already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Ya estaba caminando hacia Nick.
Were you already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Sí, iba empezando a caminar.
Yes, I was starting to walk.
And the young guys were still in their tubes, right?
Oh, no le puedo decir. No sé,
Oh.
no recuerdo.
I cannot answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Se supone, creo que estaban parados alrededor de Nick, creo.
I think they were standing up around Nick, I think.
So they were standing around Nick, and they knocked his goggles out of his hands as they were walking up.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick run up to those young guys before that happened?
La verdad no.
I really didn't know.
So the next, what was the next thing you saw?
Pues como le dije, yo no iba prestando mucha atención porque pensaba que estaban jugando con él, que estaban haciendo bullying.
Well, like I said before, I wasn't paying too much attention because I thought they were just playing with him. They were just bullying him.
But you're already walking over there because you thought he was in trouble, right?
Sí.
Yes.
So you didn't think they were just playing. You already were worried about him?
Cuando iba llegando más cerca, sí, porque vi que lo estaban golpeando.
When I was getting closer, yes, because I saw that they were hitting him.
Pero eran muchas personas alrededor.
But there were many people around him.
Why were you walking there if you weren't worried about him until you saw him getting hit?
Fue en la forma que actué por mis nervios.
It was the way that I reacted because I was nervous.
About what?
Por lo que estaba pasando.
Because of what was happening.
What was happening that made you start walking over there before you saw his goggles get knocked out?
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Antes de que pasara eso, yo no No había visto nada yo.
Before that happened, I had not seen anything.
You said you were walking over, and as you're walking over, you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were walking over there because you were worried about Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
What happened before the goggles that made you start walking over there? Did you see anything that happened before that?
Yo empecé a caminar allá cuando su esposa dijo que él estaba en problemas.
I started to walking in that direction when his wife said that he was in trouble.
Okay. So, wife said he's in trouble. You start walking there, and you see his goggles knocked out of his hands. While they're all standing up, what did you see next?
Después que le quitan los galgos, como que ya le estaban dando golpes.
After they took the goggles from him, it was kind of like they were starting to hit him, to give him blows.
And you said several people before. Does that mean 3, 4, 5?
No lo puedo decir, no me recuerdo cuántas personas eran.
No, I can't answer that. I don't remember how many people.
And are you far away and still walking there at this point?
Sí, todavía estaba lejos.
Yes, I was still far away.
But were you closer than when you saw the goggles get knocked off?
Eso fue al principio de yo empezar a caminar.
Repita, por favor.
Eso fue al principio que yo empezaba a caminar.
That was at the beginning when I had just started walking.
When people were hitting Nick, what kind of strikes were they? What do you remember?
Pues manotazos, las manos.
Well, like slapping him with the hands.
What, was he standing?
Pues él estaba parado.
He was standing.
And then what happened? What do you remember next?
Pues alguien lo tumbó.
Well, somebody knocked him down.
And then you said he got up and defended himself?
Pues es lo siguiente que vi, pues lo que pude ver entre todas las personas que había.
Well, that's what I saw next. What I was able to see with all the people that were there.
What do you mean he defended himself? What did you see?
Yo vi lo que ¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta?
I saw that. Can you repeat the question, please?
You said you saw him defend himself. What did you see?
Dice que lo vio que se estaba defendiendo él. Yo vi que cuando él se defendió, es que esto pasó muy rápido, entonces no puedo como qué pasó primero, qué pasó después.
I saw that when he defended himself. Well, it's because this happened so quickly. I really can't tell exactly when it happened.
Cuando yo ya estaba más cerca, lo vi que una muchacha lo fue a atacar.
When I was closer, I saw that a girl went to attack him.
Y él se defendió, no sé, respondió.
And he defended himself. He responded.
Pero,
¿Cómo?
pues yo pienso con las manos, pero no.
Well, I think that with his hands, but
Pero fue muy rápido.
it happened so quickly.
Then what happened?
¿Qué pasó? Pues cuando ya llegué cerca, empiezo a ver las sangres.
When I got closer, I started to see the blood,
Prácticamente por donde quiera.
basically everywhere.
En ese punto llegué yo y toqué a Nick del brazo.
At that moment, I went and touched Nick on his arm,
Pero esto fue muy rápido.
but it happened very quickly.
Ariel, did somebody tell you to say these things?
Okay. Ariel, ¿alguien le dijo a usted que dijera estas cosas?
¿Cómo lo van a hacer?
What do you mean?
¿Quién me va a decir si eso fue lo que yo recuerdo, lo que yo vi, lo que yo viví?
Who's gonna tell me if that's what I remember, what I lived, what I saw?
Can I have Exhibit 71? Ariel, Nick's the one who told you about the goggles. You didn't actually see that, right?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Can you please repeat the
Es que
question?
no oigo bien.
I was not able to hear well.
Nick told you somebody knocked the goggles off. You didn't actually see that, right?
No, nadie me dijo eso.
No, nobody told me that.
Can you turn to page 18 in that transcript?
For the interpreter, did you say 18 or 19?
18.
You said on page 18 towards the bottom, well, we couldn't really see because there's a lot of people, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then on page 19, you said he thought they took off his mask and snorkel.
Objection.
Grounds.
¿Quién pensó? Dices?
Un momento.
I just move for the admission of page 19 of Exhibit 71. Let's publish it and see what it really says.
I think he's entitled to present his evidence the way he chooses. Overruled. Mr. Anderson?
On the bottom of page 19, you said he thought they took his mask and snorkel off. Do you see that?
Yo no entiendo su pregunta o lo que me quiere decir.
I don't understand your question or what you're trying to tell me.
Actually, you're right. I was misreading that. Sorry. You turn to page 20. And I'll just let you look over it quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
You talk about what you're seeing as you're walking up, kind of like today, agreed? Right?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 21, actually, go back to page 20. You never said he got knocked down and attacked a girl when he got back up. Or a girl attacked him when he got back up. Right?
¿Me puede repetir? No entiendo el traductor.
Can you repeat? I did not understand the interpreter.
You told the police that you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand.
Sí.
Le dijo a la policía. Yes.
You said people were hitting him.
Sí.
Yes.
You never said anything about him getting knocked down and then getting up and a girl trying to attack him, right?
Sí, dije que los estaban golpeando.
Yes, I said that they were hitting him.
You said the description you gave was they started beating him, women as well as men. That's the description you gave, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you told law enforcement you never got close to Nick.
Sí, dije eso.
Yes, I said that.
And when law enforcement were talking to you, you said you got about here to, you pointed to a house across the street, right?
Más lejos, creo.
I think it was farther.
So you testified earlier you got up and touched Nick's shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
But when you spoke with police, you said you never got close to him. You said the closest you got was you pointed to a house across the street. That's the closest you got to him, right?
No, yo le dije que me había acercado a él.
No, I did tell them that I had gotten closer to him.
Pero no recordaba si había llegado cerca de él.
But I did not remember if I had gotten close to him or not.
So, the policía me enseñó una foto que sí llegué cerca de él.
And so the police showed me a picture showing me that I had actually gotten close to him.
Como les digo, todo pasó muy rápido.
Like I said, everything happened so quickly.
He podido hasta el momento asimilar bien cómo pasó todo.
Even now, it's been difficult to realize how everything happened.
Police asked you, did you stop close to Nick? And you said, no, because I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house. You never came close to Nick, not close. Close. Right?
Le dije que no me había acercado tan cerca, pero no recuerdo qué distancia le dije. Sí.
I told him that I had not come close or too close to him, but I don't remember the distance.
Then you said, no, I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house. And you pointed to a house across the street, right? And then you say once you get close to him, that's when he started running, right?
No, no me acuerdo de haberlo dicho.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Can you turn to page 24? You were asked, are you close to him? Look, you're together right there with him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's because you said you never got close, so police showed you a photo of you touching his shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you said, but that was when he started running by then.
No recuerdo, la verdad.
I really don't remember.
It's in the transcript, right?
Puede ser.
Maybe.
You see it? Okay.
Pero no me acuerdo que él estuviera corriendo.
I don't remember that he was running.
But that's what you said.
Sí, dije, pero no me acuerdo bien.
Yes, I said that, but I don't remember well.
And you told law enforcement you never saw Nick do anything to anyone, right?
En un punto sí dije que como que él no había hecho nada, ¿no? Pero sí, yo había visto que se estaba defendiendo.
At some point, yes, I did say that he had done nothing, but I did see that he was defending himself.
When you were showing a picture of Nick with a knife, you said, I never saw that. Right?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to show some stills, Judge.
How much more do you have?
I'm almost done. Wow.
You're almost done. You have a lot.
Do you want?
I'd like to get through this witness before breaking.
Gotcha. That's what I was wondering. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. Can we have the monitor? Ariel, that's you in the background, right? On 2864.
¿Dónde dice?
Where?
Right here.
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to scroll. And police, I stopped on 3032. Police showed you this and asked you about it, and you said you never saw any of that, right?
No, le dije que no me acordaba haber llegado ahí.
No, I told them that I did not remember getting there.
So when you're really far away on your way there, you see the goggles get knocked out of his hands, right?
Sí, eso es lo que distinguía ver.
Your interpreter needs repetition. No lo escuché, repita.
Sí, es lo que distinguía ver.
Yes, that's what I could distinguish, or that's what I could see.
And then as you're getting closer to him, you start to see other things happening, right?
Le había dicho que lo estaban golpeando.
I had mentioned that he was getting beaten.
But then when police ask you about what happened when you're there, you said you didn't see any of that. Correct?
Sí, no me acordaba que había llegado ahí.
Yes, I did not remember that I had gotten there.
You forgot about that?
Es porque por lo que viví, no me acordaba exactamente con lo que había pasado.
Because of what I lived, I did not remember exactly what had happened. because of what I went through.
Nikolai never yelled, help, right?
Nosotros nunca oímos.
We
Estaba
never
muy lejos.
heard. We were too far.
Even when Nikolai came right next to you, he didn't say anything to you. He didn't say, help.
No, él nunca habló conmigo.
No, he never spoke to me. He never talked to me.
He never said, we need to get out of here.
No hablamos, que me acuerdo yo.
As far as I remember,
Empezamos a caminar para atrás.
we didn't talk. We just started walking.
Well, Nikolai walked out first, right? And you stayed there.
No me recuerdo bien.
I don't remember well.
Can we have the monitor again?
Why don't we take our break? We're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Please take the jury out. Let's come back at 3:15. Please be seated. Mr. Chugz, please retake the witness stand.
Y póngase los audífonos si me hace favor. Gracias.
You are still under oath.
Sigue bajo juramento.
Sí.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Do you remember the officer asking or that if it was this attack, why didn't you run? You didn't look afraid. Do you remember that question?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, we didn't know what was happening, right?
En parte al principio no sabíamos. Pues.
Repita que no lo escuché.
I'll read the question for more context.
Needs a repetition of the answer. She was not able to hear. Repita su respuesta, es que no lo escuché, señor.
Que me repita la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
The officer asked, you walked on one side, but you never ran as if you were afraid. Like the others in the other two groups, they ran. They were afraid, but you didn't run. You didn't look so afraid. Neither did your group. And you responded, we didn't know what was happening, right?
No me acuerdo haber dicho eso.
I don't remember having said that.
It's in the transcript on page 31, right? That you did in fact say that? I'll show you.
Pero eso que me pregunta es después del problema o antes. No entiendo su pregunta.
My question is, are you talking about after the problem or before? I don't understand your question.
You didn't tell the officer you didn't understand, right?
Could you repeat the question? We couldn't hear you.
He didn't tell the officer he didn't understand the question.
Usted no le dijo al agente de policía que no había entendido la pregunta, ¿verdad?
No entiendo su pregunta. Me está preguntando primero una cosa y después otra.
I don't understand your
question. ¿Puede ser más específico, por favor?
You're first asking me one thing and then another thing. Could you please be more specific?
I'll move on. You were watching the trial and the testimony of Ernesto while out in the hallway, right?
No.
No.
Were you sitting on the bench with the other Spanish-speaking witnesses while Rosie was playing the trial with the volume on?
Yo estaba del otro lado.
I was on the other side.
Were you told by defense that you're not allowed to watch the trial?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Judge, I move for the omission of Exhibit 71, pages 18 through 24 per 90801 sub 4 sub A sub C.
Any objection?
Yes, I don't object to any parts we've gone over.
Is number 71?
Exhibit 71, those 6 pages, 18 through 24.
I'll receive the exhibit pages reference for purposes of impeachment.
Permission to publish those pages?
Yes.
Guess I just need to admit all the transcripts.
Well, it's not your turn, it's his, so you can wait.
Do you have exhibit 71? Do you have any objections?
Yeah.
(18 through 24).
Is it working?
I need to turn it on, that's my user error.
Sometimes it's a little finicky. I've got it up on mine. It's not, there we go.
Ariel, you were asked a lot of questions about a transcript.
Sí.
Yes.
Go through pages 18 through 24 of that transcript as quick as we can, okay? Is it up on the screen there? Can you see it?
Sí.
Yes.
On page 18, did you say we all looked over there and we saw a lot? There were 2 groups in front of us?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't really see what was happening?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't see because there was a lot of people, and then you got a little closer?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them it was like they were bullying him, something like that?
Sí.
Yes.
Tell them they took off his snorkel and that stuff?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them that they were pushing him and that there were a lot of people?
Sí.
Yes.
They asked you more questions about the snorkel and you said, no, I saw that they took it off of him?
No.
No.
Did you say the words, I saw that they took it off him?
Sí.
Yes.
And then they asked you to explain, and did you say from his hand, or they took it from him, or they took it out of his hand, or something like that?
De las manos.
From his hands.
You said the words that are on page 20 of this document?
Sí.
You told them they pushed
Yes.
him, he fell.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Were those your words?
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
They asked everyone was hitting him from what you could tell, and you said, uh-huh.
Todos le estaban pegando, es lo que yo podía ver, ¿verdad? Y esto dijo, no, pues se podía ver, esto dijo, ajá.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them you weren't able to see, so you kept walking up there, and that's when you stopped.
Sí.
Yes.
You said you saw that he was running away. That's what you initially told them, correct?
And could you please repeat for the interpreters?
You initially told the police on August 2nd, on page 22 in this line, that you saw that he, meaning Nick Miu, was running away from there.
No me acuerdo si lo dije. No entiendo la pregunta que me hicieron ahí.
I don't remember if I said that. I don't understand the question that was asked of me there.
Is that probably why you formed it with a question afterwards when you made that statement?
Por eso es que le puso un signo de interrogación ahí cuando hizo esa afirmación.
Quizás.
Perhaps.
You said, I only saw that they were beating him.
Sí, dejas.
I did say that.
And then eventually the police showed you a picture. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
It was a picture of you standing next to Nick on July 30th, 2022, when he was had the knife in his hand. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
And that picture refreshed your memory as to where you were and
Sustained.
did that picture help you remember things that you hadn't remembered before?
Un poco, sí.
Somewhat, yes.
Nevertheless, even when you saw the picture, you said you didn't see him with the knife.
Nunca le vi la navaja.
Repita más fuerte. Sí.
Nunca le pude ver la navaja.
I was never able to see him with a knife.
You were asked some questions about some slides. Do you remember the slides that they showed where they kind of moved it along?
¿Que si vi la foto?
You're asking me if I saw the picture?
Today, when this man was asking you questions, they put up on the screen a time when you were walking towards Nick. And I want to ask you about what you remember from that. Does that make sense?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little.
When you spoke with the police, you told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then today in your testimony, you said, when closer, I saw a girl went to attack him and he defended himself. I think that it was with his hands, but it happened too quickly. That's what you said earlier today.
Sí.
Yes.
When we watched the pictures today where you were walking up, is that what you were describing? The woman in that photo going towards Nick, went to attack him, and you...
Sustained.
Good. Did you see some photos today? I'll show them to you again. Let's do that. Can I have the screen, please? Do you see the slide that I have up on the screen there, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that you in the red shorts, the red, white, and blue shorts?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to show you a section of slides here and then ask you a question about them, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Starting at 25, 29, I'll move through them. Stopping at 28:59. Is that you again in the shorts?
Sí. Sí.
Yes. Yes.
Stopping at 29:49. Is that you up in the corner there that we can see the shirt with the glasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see that there's a girl there in front of the view here, which would be in front of you?
¿Me puedes repetir el traductor lo que dijo?
Can the interpreter repeat?
Sí.
Yes.
Is this the girl that you saw attack Nick Miu?
Overruled. You can answer.
No recuerdo si fue ella.
I don't remember if it was her.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Judge, I'd ask to publish some more pages of it, and I would propose I just read it for the sake of brevity. Or I can just go through it again, but then like everything else is in.
Objection
Mr.
to
Anderson?
admission of the rest of the pages?
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
I move to admit the whole transcript.
The objection to the rest of the pages of Exhibit 71?
Yes, I don't have an objection to pages that were covered during the cross-examination, and if those pages are admitted, I have no objection to them being published on the Elbo now or at a later time.
What portions do you want to publish?
So I think up to 21 was entered. I'd
24.
up to the rest of it. Up to page 38, they cover the same topics that have been, actually page 40, they cover all the same topics that we've been covering on direct and cross.
He was not asked questions about the page 25 through 40.
So I can do that now.
I honestly, I was not keeping track of what pages you were looking at, so I'm not in a good position to say yes or no. Specific pages. And I don't have a copy of the transcript, so I'm at a disadvantage.
Can we approach?
Yes. right, the objection is overruled. I'll receive the portions referenced by Mr. Anderson. So I think that in total, it's going to be pages 18 through 40.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
So when you spoke with the officer, you said Nick walked up to you, walked over, and then you saw people bleeding, right?
Yes.
You didn't talk about seeing anything else. You didn't talk about seeing Nick do anything.
No.
And when law enforcement confronted you with the photo of being right there, you still denied seeing anything from when you were up close.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Repita la pregunta.
Repeat the question.
You told the officer you didn't get close enough to see what Nick was doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
En un punto, sí.
At some point, yes.
And then the officer showed you the photo of you touching Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you still denied seeing him do anything.
No sigo entendiendo su pregunta.
I'm still not understanding your question.
Judge, I have no objection to publishing page 24, which has already been published, which is the exact response that he gives.
You never tell police that you saw Nick defend himself, right?
No me acuerdo si lo dijo o no.
I don't remember that day, no.
Did you ever use the word defend at all in your entire interview?
De defenderse, no me acuerdo. Ya pasó mucho tiempo, no me acuerdo.
To defend himself, I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Today, you remember seeing him saying you saw him defend himself.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Le dije cuando usted me preguntó que lo vi que él se estaba defendiendo.
I said when you asked me that I saw that he was defending himself.
Pero que fue muy rápido, había muchas personas alrededor.
But that it happened so quickly. There were many people around.
Is your memory better now than it was 2 years ago when you were interviewed?
Me recuerdo un poco, le digo, por la foto que me enseñaron.
I remember a little, I said, because of the picture that was shown to me.
I'll just show. You have the transcript. Yeah, published page 4.
Yes.
were asked, you never spoke to, not with, amongst yourself as friends, cousin's wife.
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
You were asked if you ever spoke amongst yourselves or with Nick about what happened. And you
No.
said,
No.
just that we don't know because we didn't see anything. You can't say, oh, something happened, right? We didn't see anything. Right?
Sí, dije eso, porque no habíamos visto bien qué pasó.
If I said that, it's because we had not seen what had happened very well.
And you saw Nick getting attacked by all these people, and nobody came after you, did they?
No.
And
No.
You and Nick didn't run away, right?
Objection beyond scope, repetitive, cumulative.
I'll move on to it.
Thank you.
Oh, I said I was done. Sorry.
Oh.
I didn't. Thought everyone
You
heard.
were moving on to another topic. I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chugz. Your testimony is finished. You may step down.
Can I go home or?
Yes, you may.
Sí,
Enjoy
ya
the
se puede
weekend.
ir. Que tenga buen fin de
Bye.
semana.
Are there more witnesses who require interpretation?
The defense has no more witnesses that require interpretation, no, Judge.
Mr. Anderson?
No more interpretation witnesses.
On behalf of our courts, Ms. Marine, Mr. Diaz, thank you for your service today. Yes, you may retrieve your device. Could you slide that down to the middle of the rail? Yeah, just move it down. Right there. Perfect. I'd turn it toward us. This way. Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, do you have more witnesses?
Approach quick.
Yes. Mr. Anderson?
State calls Amber Lind.
Ms. Lind, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Amber Lind, Lind.
And how are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison.
And how long have you been employed at the State Crime Lab?
About 13 years.
What's your educational background for your position?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics and DNA analysis.
And have you received training specifically related to DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And what did you say your actual position is?
I'm a DNA analyst.
What do you do in that position?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological materials. I then attempt to develop a profile from those DNA profile from those items. I will then compare that to any known standards that are submitted to the laboratory and write a report of my findings.
And can you just, in a broader sense, what is DNA?
DNA is the genetic material that is inherited from parent to child. It controls how all living things are made and gives us unique traits such as our eye and hair colors.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in the nucleus in most cells of the body, including white blood cells, skin cells, hair roots.
And are you able to do a pre-test for certain types of bodily fluids?
Yes, we are.
And what kind of fluids?
We can do tests for blood, semen, and saliva.
And what's the utility in doing those pre-tests?
That helps us to identify if there are any bodily fluids on the item, as a body fluid is more likely to give us a DNA profile.
And what's the difference between a bodily fluid DNA versus touch DNA?
So DNA from the body fluid is going to be from the blood cells or semen cells, and touch DNA is from skin cells, so it's left like when somebody comes in contact with an item and they leave skin cells behind.
So if I pick up this marker and you test it for touch DNA, are you going to find my DNA?
It's possible.
Is it guaranteed?
No.
Does it depend on a lot of factors?
Yes, it does.
Such as if it's washed or submerged in water or things like that?
Yes.
Is a person's DNA the same throughout their entire body?
Yes, it is.
And what makes DNA useful? Can people share DNA, have the same DNA?
Identical twins would have the same DNA.
And so what are the procedures at the crime lab when you receive an item of evidence?
So the item is taken in at the laboratory. One of our evidence technicians will go through the transmittal that's submitted with the items, and they will enter it all into our laboratory information management system.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 65. Can you identify that?
This is the transmittal of evidence that was submitted for this case.
Does it list the items that the lab received?
Yes, it does.
And does it list the agency identifier number?
Yes.
Does the lab then give it a new identifier number?
Yes, we do.
And does that document also identify the lab numbers?
No, it does not. That's different.
What's on page, and let me ask this. So does this say how the lab received the evidence?
No, it does not.
Okay. And then exhibit 66, what's that?
This is the laboratory's receipt of evidence.
When is that generated?
That is generated when the items of evidence are entered into our lab information system.
And is there another receipt generated when the items are returned from the lab to the submitting law enforcement agency?
Yes, there is.
And just to clarify, 65 is the receipt of evidence for this case, 66 is the one the lab generates. Sorry, 65 the transmittal, 66 the receipt for the lab.
Correct.
67?
That is the list of items that are being released back to the agency.
So after you're done testing it, you send it back to the agency and generate that document for chain of custody?
Yes.
And then exhibit 19.
That is my report of my lab findings for this case.
And I'll just back up a little bit. So when you run a DNA profile, is it always a single source or can it be multiple source?
It can be DNA from multiple individuals.
And is there a term you use for that?
We call that a mixture DNA profile.
And how do you determine then if a person's DNA is on a specific item of evidence?
We will compare the DNA profile that we obtain from the evidence to a known DNA standard that is submitted to the lab from an individual.
And do you perform statistical analysis on the profile you develop?
Yes, we do.
And how do you evaluate the significance of the profile?
If it is a single source profile, we are able to determine how rare that profile would be in the general population.
Do you use computer software to help with that?
Yes, we do.
And if you have DNA, can you say that this DNA is from skin, this DNA is from blood, this DNA is from hair?
No, we can't.
Are you able to determine how long DNA has been on an item?
No.
All right. Turning to the specifics of this case, did you test some evidence items?
Yes.
And what items did you test?
I examined a pair of swim trunks, a knife, DNA standards hair and nails that were reportedly recovered from Isaac Michael Schuman, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Alexander James Martin, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Rhyley Mattison, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Dante Austin Carlson, a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Anthony Ernest Carlson, and a Wisconsin State Crime Lab Biomedical Forensic Evidence Collection Kit that was reportedly recovered from Nicolae Miu.
And for those, for Isaac Schuman, Alexander Martin, Rhyley Mattison, Dante Carlson, and Anthony Carlson, were you able to develop DNA profiles?
Yes, I was.
And did you make comparisons with those profiles to swabbings from the knife?
Yes, I did.
And are those swabbings, is that something that you get from law enforcement, or did you do those swabs?
I took the swabbings from the knife.
What areas of the knife did you swab?
I swabbed the handle of the knife, the inside of the handle, like where the blade would fold into. I swabbed a stain that I observed on the blade of the knife, and I also swabbed the remainder of the blade of the knife.
And then were you able to develop DNA profiles from those swabbings of the knife?
Yes, I was.
And were all of them or only some suitable for comparison? Actually, I'll ask it a different way. So let's talk about swabbings of the handle of the knife. And for the lab identifier, that's B1, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you compare the DNA profile for the handle of the knife, was that a mixture or a single profile?
That was a 3-person mixture.
And did you compare that to the profiles of Isaac, Alexander, Rhyley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai?
Yes, I did.
What was the result for the comparison to the DNA profile for Isaac?
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schuman and 2 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals.
And so the conclusion is very strong support for inclusion, meaning that Isaac's DNA is included in that mixture.
Correct.
Does the lab ever say, will you ever conclude it's a match or his DNA is on this knife?
We don't say that it's this specific individual. We will just provide the statistic on how likely it is that that is their DNA.
And does it have to meet a certain likelihood threshold for you to say strong support for inclusion?
Yes, it does.
And this is greater than, what did you say the likelihood ratio is?
It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely.
And then for Alexander Martin, were you able to draw any conclusion?
The contribution of Alexander Martin's DNA is uninformative, so we cannot make a conclusion regarding inclusion or exclusion.
And was that the same for Rhyley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai?
Yes.
And then swabbings from the inside of the knife handle B2, did you compare that? Did you develop a profile for that swabbing?
Yes, I did.
Mixture again?
Yes.
And did you compare that to Isaac's profile?
Yes, I did.
What was the result?
It is at least 320 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schuman and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
And so very strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
And then what about for that knife handle, did you compare it to Dante Carlson?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It is at least 368,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Dante Carlson and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of 4 unknown individuals.
So strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
Did you compare the other individuals for that swabbing also?
Yes, I did.
And were they either exclusion or uninformative?
Yes, they were.
And then and let me back up, I forgot to ask. Before you took the DNA swabbings, did you test the knife for blood?
I tested the stain that I observed on the blade.
And what was the result?
It was a positive indication for blood.
And did you develop a DNA profile for the stain?
Yes, I did.
That's item B3?
Yes.
B3. And was there any of those individual profiles you compared them to a strong support for inclusion on the stain?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was for Dante Carlson.
And then the blade of the knife, item B4. Did you develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I did.
And was there, comparing it to Isaac, Alexander, Rhyley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai, were any of their profiles very strong support for inclusion on that swabbing?
Yes, there was.
And who were those?
That was for Isaac Schuman and Dante Carlson.
So is it fair to summarize that of the people, those 6 profiles you compared to the knife swabbings, the 2 that had strong supports for inclusions on any of the swabs was Isaac Schuman and Dante Carlson?
Correct.
Does that mean that the other individual's DNA wasn't on the knife?
It just means that it wasn't detected in the samples that I had taken.
And it not only not detected, but it even if it was, it didn't reach the threshold where you would characterize it as a strong support for inclusion.
Correct.
And I forgot an exhibit here. I think it's been marked as exhibit 59. What is that?
This is my curriculum vitae.
Fair, it just summarizes your experience in education to qualify you for your position?
Yes,
I don't know if I asked, how long have you been at the lab?
about 13 years.
Okay. And for Nikolai, for all the swabbings you did as compared to Nikolai's profile, was he ever excluded? Looking at exhibit 19.
He was uninformative for all of the swabbings from the knife.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofasi?
So, Ms. Lynn, would you agree there's levels, your lab uses levels of support in your determinations, is that right?
Correct.
So it's very strong, moderate, uninformative, and then it works backwards for exclusion, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned on direct examination, there's different types of DNA that you can, that you're testing for, meaning there's DNA in blood, there's DNA in semen, and then there's touch DNA. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And Attorney Anderson held up his Sharpie there and said, could my DNA be on this Sharpie that I've touched? And you said it could be. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Would the more that Attorney Anderson held on to that Sharpie, the more he used it, make it more likely that his touch DNA would be on there?
Yes, it would.
So if it was something that he used in his daily life and that he carried with him, is that something that would make it more likely you would expect to see either moderate, strong, or very strong support for inclusion if you tested that?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, you tested, I just want to make sure I have it right. You tested the handle of the knife that was provided to you. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And your results as it relates to Mr. Miu show uninformative, right?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. DNA is, I view it more, you might disagree. You see me touching this. If my DNA is not on there, that doesn't mean I didn't touch it, right?
Correct.
It just means my DNA is not there.
That it wasn't detected in our sampling, yes.
Okay. But if my DNA is on here, you're comfortable then saying, if there's support for it, that you believe that I've made contact with this, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I know you know nothing about this case, presumably, in terms of factually, but there's information that, there's photographs of subject, of Mr. Miu holding that knife. And there's information that it was his personal knife, that he used it and carried it with him. Would that make it more likely then that his DNA profile should show up on the handle of that knife?
It would be more probable to find his DNA, yes.
Okay. And you also tested, is the inside part of that just what it sounds like? There's two sides to the knife. You view one as the outside and one as the inside?
It was like the part where the blade would fold in when the knife was folded up.
So the blade folding up would be the inside?
It's like the chamber that it folds into.
Okay. And you test that. That is also uninformative for Mr. Miu, even though it's something that he possessed daily.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, if I can, a little bit about items, what I think is item H5 and H6. I just want to make sure I understand it, okay? Skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the upper back and skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the lower back of Mr. Miu. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me what you believe you received in terms of, was it somebody running a buccal swab over his back? Do you know how that was collected?
I do not know how it was collected.
But are we on the same page that that's what it reports to be?
It was labeled as a swabbing from the upper back and a swabbing from the lower back.
Of Mr. Miu?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair then, one of the things you're testing for in that situation would be touch DNA, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And the lower back and upper back of Mr. Miu said all other individuals with the standards that you examined were excluded. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, if I told you that there's photographic evidence of at least two of these people that you received samples for putting their hands on Mr. Miu's back with their skin-to-skin contact, are you saying that they just didn't leave enough DNA?
That is possible, yes.
Okay, but you're not saying they didn't touch him.
No, I'm not.
And because, I guess I want to make sure I just have it right. I only have a couple questions. We've seen in this case what I've told you about, okay? We've seen physical contact between at least two of these samples that you tested and Mr. Miu's back. Do you know where they specifically swabbed for the DNA?
I do not.
So you just get it, and that's not you don't make that determination, do you?
No.
Okay, you're given the information from law enforcement. Law enforcement makes that decision. You just do the testing.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't see, and can you tell me, I didn't see a sample of Mr. Miu's, of a DNA sample from Mr. Miu's throat area. Do you see that?
No, I do not.
To your knowledge, is that any different than anything else? Could you swab my neck to see if there would be touch DNA there from one of these people?
We can, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lynn, thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
Exhibit 4, sorry. So first of all, real quick, before I ask you more questions about it, is this the knife you examined?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
It has our lab case and item number on it.
Okay. So this is what you swabbed yourself?
Correct.
All the other swabs you got sent from the sheriff's office?
The swabs from Mr. Miu, yes.
Okay. And actually, I should correct myself because I believe the receipt. Does the receipt actually show how you received the items?
They were delivered in person.
By who?
Sally Standart.
Okay. And the questions from defense about there not being any other matches for DNA from the swabs from Nicolae Miu's back, you recall that?
Yes.
We know somebody touched his back. So is that an example of just not being able to recover DNA?
That's possible, yes.
Is touch DNA skin cells?
Yes.
Or I suppose, could it be sweat or something else, or is it just skin cells?
The DNA profile would be coming from the skin cells left behind.
And so if something washes the skin cells off the surface of whatever you're testing, knife, some other skin, or if there's just not enough of it, you're not able to match is the word probably most people use, but get a strong support for inclusion.
If the DNA is washed off, then we would not detect that DNA there.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophy?
If I touch another person, the more force I use to touch that person, would it make it more likely that my touch DNA would be left behind?
That would be dependent on a lot of factors.
Well, if I lay my hand on something for the same amount of time, if I smack my hand on something, is smacking my hand on something more likely to leave touch DNA because of the force that I've used?
I don't really know if it would be more likely.
Is it more likely if I grab something? More likely to leave DNA than if I touch something?
If more of your hand is in contact with the item, then yes.
Okay. And the more often I do it too, right?
Correct.
Okay. My last one or two questions, ma'am. There was a question about washing DNA off and things like that. Do you have any experience or do you have any knowledge of like the level of effort that has to be used to do that?
No, I don't.
So you don't know if I drop something in a glass of water, whether or not that's going to remove the DNA that might be on that object versus if I'm, scrubbing it with soap. Do you know the difference?
Scrubbing it would be a lot more likely to remove the DNA.
Okay, so if I'm holding something and I fall into the water and then get up and I'm still holding that object, do you have any opinion as to whether or not the likelihood of that DNA being removed from that water? Do you have any opinion on that?
I don't.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. You are excused.
Judge, I move for the admission of 66, 19, 67, 65, and 59.
Before we go there, Judge, can I just have one? Yes.
On 19 or the others too?
Well, I think like her.
So 19, I think we have an agreement as reserved.
All right, so I'll reserve a ruling on 19 for further testimony. No objection to 59, the resume. That's received. The crime lab receipt, crime lab release, exhibit 66 and 67.
I don't have an objection to that.
All right, both received. Was there a fourth document?
Yes. There's the receipt, the release, and the transmittal. The transmittal is 65.
Any objection?
I don't think so, Judge. Yeah, no.
All right, 65 is received as well. All right, members of the jury, we are going to adjourn for the weekend. I just want to say a thing or two before I let you go. One of the cornerstones of our judicial system is the oath. Judges take oaths. The attorneys took an oath. You've seen the witnesses take oaths, and you took one before you started your jury service. In the juror's oath, you promised to render a true verdict according to law and the facts in this case. That is why I have emphasized at nearly every break the importance of not conducting your own research, the importance of not talking with others about the case, the importance of not reading news reports or social media accounts about this case. To protect the fairness and the integrity of these proceedings, outside sources cannot be used to influence your judgment in any way, shape, or form. The same rules are going to apply over the weekend, but there won't be a judge and there won't be a bailiff watching what you do. I still expect that you follow the court's rules to ensure that we have a true verdict. And all there will be to ensure that is you and the oath that you took. So I'll leave you with that. Please enjoy your weekend and come back rested Monday morning, 8 a.m. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. just want to address a few administrative things before we wrap up. We had a few sidebars. One had to do with the character for peacefulness. I think I sustained the state's objection when Mr. Chugz was on the witness stand regarding other ways of describing his peacefulness, Mr. Miu's peacefulness, but I did allow Mr. Nelson to get into Mr. Miu's demeanor and things of that sort on the day in question. Mr. Nelson, if there's more you want to add, you may do so.
Not regarding that specific topic.
Was there something else?
I believe at that during that sidebar, the state raised the issue that they might object in the future to any other witnesses, and I think we were punting it for another time, and so we didn't make any decisions other than we noted that there might be future things to discuss.
Let me ask this. Do you have any witnesses whose only testimony will be character for peacefulness?
We have them on the witness list. Yes, we have not yet made a decision whether we're going to call them. So for now, I would say yes, we do. We may reevaluate that over the weekend.
Here's my sense. I'm not making a ruling, but I'm just giving you some idea of where the winds are blowing. If we have a fact witness who is able to testify to pertinent character traits, it may be a repeat of earlier testimony, but I don't think it is repetitive to the point where it has to be excluded. It's not a huge waste of time to ask two questions. So if it's a fact witness, I'll allow it to be presented, even though other witnesses have testified to character. In my opinion, the usefulness of the testimony is limited to the individual who's delivering the opinion. So I think it makes sense to allow a little bit broader perspective when asking witnesses about that character trait. If there are witnesses who are going to be called for the sole purpose of testifying to that fact, that may be a waste of time. So perhaps we can revisit it at a later date, depending on your reevaluation.
I appreciate, I disagree, but we'll deal with it later.
We'll deal with it later, right. There was a sidebar about Exhibit 71 and the additional pages coming in. Ultimately, I heard from the attorneys, I allowed it to come in. Both sides impeached and tried to rehabilitate the witness regarding prior consistent and inconsistent statements. And although it may have exceeded the scope of the redirect, the recross, I allowed it. I thought more so for expediency than anything else. If there's more you want to add, you may.
I did object for those reasons. My concern is the admissibility of those pages that weren't published or specifically referenced in cross-examination. Going forward, I would object to the state being able to make reference to that transcript. Since it wasn't published, since the witness didn't get an opportunity to ask specifically about it. So I understand Your Honor's ruling. Just going forward, I don't think they just get to read from that transcript if it wasn't.
Okay. And we can take up that concern in the event that it ever arises.
Sure.
Because we're not there at this moment. The bigger issue had to do with interpreters. Over the lunch hour, the attorneys met with me in chambers to alert me about concerns that one or more attorneys had about the accuracy of the Spanish translation. After some discussion, I permitted the attorneys to meet with both of the interpreters to talk about their concerns and see what, if anything, could be done about it. That was the reason for the lengthy delay after the lunch hour. The attorneys did meet with the interpreters, came back in. We had a sidebar. It sounded like the concerns were addressed. I won't get into details, but I'll invite the attorneys to speak more about it since you were party to the conversation with the interpreters.
I'll defer to Attorney Nelson.
Yes, Judge, we had concerns. We brought them up in chambers. Your Honor encouraged us to make a motion before Your Honor ruled on anything. Your Honor encouraged us to solve it in some other way. We spoke with an interpreter. Based on that discussion, I was confident going forward in the manner which we did, so we did not make a motion.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there were some nuances that weren't being
It's my
reported?
understanding that from the interpreter that I spoke with, that the witnesses who spoke Spanish, learned their Spanish in Cuba, that is for the interpreters sometimes more difficult to understand. This is coming from a non-Spanish speaking person, so I might be screwing all of this up. I apologize. And that's where the concern came up for us. She acknowledged that is a more difficult task. Sounds like they did the best they could.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to add?
And what was relayed is that they help each other out, so if one misses something, the other one will say, oh, this too, and it was relayed to us that that's what they're doing. They're both court certified. I didn't notice any issues. I did notice some points where one was chiming in with the other one to elaborate. So I think I don't have any concerns.
Was there more?
I also speak Spanish, and I thought I didn't notice anything. The court might have noticed I kept having to catch myself. I'd start answering the question before the translation, and I thought the translations were fine.
From what I understand, court interpretation is a very difficult and challenging skill. Not all people who are bilingual can interpret in a courtroom setting because of the technical words that are used and the sequencing of language. So it is a technical skill, it is a learned skill, and not a precise science. So the meaning lost interpretation has some meaning here. In any event, the attorneys are satisfied. I'm satisfied that a complete and accurate record was made today, and we'll close the books on that issue. Is there anything else that we need to talk about outside the presence of the jury before next week? Mr. Anderson?
I don't think so.
Mr. Trofasi?
Judge, there was a witness that we discussed in chambers. I want to just make sure that that witness is available. There might be other solutions, and we're open to those solutions, but until then, I'd ask that sounds like the state's probably not going to finish on Monday. It'd be sometime on Tuesday, I'm guessing. But so we can take it up on Monday, but as it stands right now, we'd like that witness to be available for the defense to call on Tuesday.
Okay, this witness is under subpoena.
Yes, they're under the state's subpoena, yes, which Your Honor has previously said is a court subpoena.
Right. So the way I look at it right now is a witness under subpoena to testify is expected and obligated to come to court and testify. That's the rule. If I'm being asked to do something different, I need a motion and some authority to do something different. But a subpoena is a subpoena, and everyone is expected to adhere to it. All right, that concludes our business. We are adjourned. Exhibits, and please have the illustration on the easel marked as an exhibit. Yeah, get a number, then we can do that. Okay, so 87 is the illustration Mr. Anderson created with